Chapter 13 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 13 Signs of Storm. As the old man was leaving the cemetery, there stopped at the head of the path a carriage which, from its dust-covered appearance and sweating horses, seems to have come from a great distance. Followed by an aged servant, Ibarra left the carriage and dismissed it with a wave of his hand, then gravely and silently turned toward the cemetery. "My illness and my duties have not permitted me to return," said the old servant timidly. "Capitan Tiago promised that he would see that a niche was constructed, but I planted some flowers on the grave and set up a cross carved by my own hands." Ibarra made no reply. "There, behind that big cross, sir," he added when they were well inside the gate, as he pointed to the place. Ibarra was so intent upon his quest that he did not notice the movement of surprise on the part of the persons who recognized him and suspended their prayers to watch him curiously. He walked along carefully to avoid stepping on any of the graves, which were easily distinguishable by the hollow places in the soil. In other times he had walked on them carelessly, but now they were to be respected. His father lay among them. When he reached the large cross, he stopped and looked all around. His companion stood confused and confounded, seeking some mark in the ground, but nowhere was any cross to be seen. "Was it here?" he murmured through his teeth. "No, there, but the ground has been disturbed." Ibarra gave him a look of anguish. "Yes," he went on, "I remember that there was a stone near it. The grave was rather short. The gravedigger was sick, so a farmer had to dig it. But let's ask that man what has become of the cross." They went over to where the gravedigger was watching them with curiosity. He removed his salakot respectfully as they approached. "Can you tell me which is the grave there that had a cross over it?" asked the servant. The gravedigger looked toward the place and reflected. "A big cross?" "Yes, a big one," affirmed the servant eagerly, with a significant look at Ibarra, whose face lighted up. "A carved cross tied up with rattan?" continued the gravedigger. "Yes, that's it, like this!" exclaimed the servant in answer as he drew on the ground the figure of a Byzantine cross. "Were there flowers scattered on the grave?" "Oleanders and tuberoses and forget-me-nots, yes!" the servant added joyfully, offering the gravedigger a cigar. "Tell us which is the grave and where the cross is." The gravedigger scratched his ear and answered with a yawn. "Well, as for the cross, I burned it." "Burned it? Why did you burn it?" "Because the fat curate ordered me to do so." "Who is the fat curate?" asked Ibarra. "Who? Why, the one that beats people with a big cane." Ibarra drew his hand across his forehead. "But at least you can tell us where the grave is. You must remember that." The gravedigger smiled as he answered quietly, "But the corpse is no longer there." "What's that you're saying?" "Yes," continued the gravedigger in a half-jesting tone. "I buried a woman in that place a week ago." "Are you crazy?" cried the servant. "It hasn't been a year since we buried him." "That's very true, but a good many months ago I dug the body up. The fat curate ordered me to do so and to take it to the cemetery of the Chinamen. But as it was heavy and there was rain that night..." He was stopped by the threatening attitude of Ibarra, who had caught him by the arm and was shaking him. "Did you do that?" demanded the youth in an indescribable tone. "Don't be angry, sir," stammered the pale and trembling gravedigger. "I didn't bury him among the Chinamen. Better be drowned than lie among Chinamen, I said to myself, so I threw the body into the lake. Ibarra placed both his hands on the gravedigger's shoulder and stared at him for a long time with an indefinable expression. Then, with the ejaculation, "You are only a miserable slave," he turned away hurriedly, stepping upon bones, graves, and crosses, like one beside himself. The gravedigger patted his arm and muttered, "All the trouble dead men cause. The fat padre caned me for allowing it to be buried while I was sick, and this fellow almost tore my arm off for having dug it up. That's what these Spaniards are. I'll lose my job yet." Ibarra walked rapidly with a faraway look in his eyes, while the aged servant followed him weeping. The sun was setting, and over the eastern sky was flung a heavy curtain of clouds. A dry wind shook the treetops and made the bamboo clumps creak. Ibarra went bareheaded, but no tear wet his eyes, nor did any sigh escape from his breast. He moved as if fleeing from something, perhaps the shade of his father, perhaps the approaching storm. He crossed through the town to the outskirts on the opposite side and turned toward the old house which he had not entered for so many years. Surrounded by a cactus-covered wall, it seemed to beckon to him with its open windows, while the ilang-ilang waved its flower-laden branches joyfully, and the doves circled about the conical roof of their cote in the middle of the garden. But the youth gave no heed to these signs of welcome back to his old home, his eyes being fixed on the figure of a priest approaching from the opposite direction. It was the curate of San Diego, the pensive Franciscan whom we have seen before, the rival of the alferez. The breeze folded back the brim of his white hat and blew his guingón habit closely about him, revealing the outlines of his body and his thin, curved thighs. In his right hand he carried an ivory-headed palasan cane. This was the first time that he and Ibarra had met. When they drew near each other, Ibarra stopped and gazed at him from head to foot. Fray Salvi avoided the look and tried to appear unconcerned. After a moment of hesitation, Ibarra went up to him quickly and, dropping a heavy hand on his shoulder, asked in a husky voice, "What did you do with my father?" Fray Salvi, pale and trembling as he read the deep feelings that flushed the youth's face, could not answer. He seemed paralyzed. "What did you do with my father?" again demanded the youth in a choking voice. The priest, who was gradually being forced to his knees by the heavy hand that pressed upon his shoulder, made a great effort and answered, "You are mistaken. I did nothing to your father." "You didn't?" went on the youth, forcing him down upon his knees. "No, I assure you. It was my predecessor. It was Padre Damaso." "Ah!" exclaimed the youth, releasing his hold and clapping his hands desperately to his brow. Then, leaving poor Fray Salvi, he turned away and hurried toward his house. The old servant came up and helped the friar to his feet. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Abai in December 2011. Chapter 14. Tasio, Lunatic or Sage. The peculiar old man wandered about the streets aimlessly. A former student of philosophy, he had given up his career in obedience to his mother's wishes, and not from any lack of means or ability. Quite the contrary, it was because his mother was rich and he was said to possess talent. The good woman feared that her son would become learned and forget God, so she had given him his choice of entering the priesthood or leaving college. Being in love, he chose the latter course and married. Then, having lost both his wife and his mother within a year, He sought consolation in his books in order to free himself from sorrow, the cockpit, and the dangers of idleness. He became so addicted to his studies and the purchase of books that he entirely neglected his fortune and gradually ruined himself. Persons of culture called him Don Anastasio or Tasio the Sage, while the great crowd of the ignorant knew him as Tasio the Lunatic, on account of his peculiar ideas and his eccentric manner of dealing with others. As we said before, the evening threatened to be stormy. The lightning flashed its pale rays across the leaden sky, the air was heavy, and the slight breeze excessively sultry. Tasio had apparently already forgotten his beloved skull, and now he was smiling as he looked at the dark clouds. Near the church he met a man wearing an alpaca coat, who carried in one hand a large bundle of candles, and in the other a tasseled cane, the emblem of his office as gobernadorcillo. "You seem to be merry," he greeted Tasio in Tagalog. "Truly I am, Señor Capitan. I am merry because I hope for something." "Ah? What do you hope for?" "The storm." "The storm? Are you thinking of taking a bath?" asked the gobernadorcillo in a jesting way as he stared at the simple attire of the old man. "A bath? That's not a bad idea, especially when one has just stumbled over some trash," answered Tasio in a similar, though somewhat more offensive tone, staring at the other's face. "But I hope for something better." "What then?" "Some thunderbolts that will kill people and burn down houses," returned the sage seriously. "Why don't you ask for the deluge at once?" "We all deserve it, even you and I. You, Señor Gobernadorcillo, have there a bundle of tapers that came from some Chinese shop, yet this now makes the 10th year that I have been proposing to each new occupant of your office the purchase of lightning rods. Everyone laughs at me and buys bombs and rockets and pays for the ringing of bells. Even you yourself, on the day after I made my proposition, ordered from the Chinese founders a bell in honor of Saint Barbara, when science has shown that it is dangerous to ring the bells during a storm. Explain to me why in the year 70, when lightning struck in Binyan, it hit the very church tower and destroyed the clock and altar. What was the bell of Saint Barbara doing then?" At the moment there was a vivid flash. "Jesus Maria y José! Holy Saint Barbara!" exclaimed the gobernadorcillo, turning pale and crossing himself. Tasio burst out into a loud laugh. "You are worthy of your patroness," he remarked dryly in Spanish as he turned his back and went toward the church. Inside, the sacristans were preparing a catafalque bordered with candles placed in wooden sockets. 2 large tables had been placed one above the other and covered with black cloth, across which ran white stripes, with here and there a skull painted on it. "Is that for the souls or for the candles?" inquired the old man, but noticing 2 boys, one about 10 and the other 7, he turned to them without awaiting an answer from the sacristans. "Won't you come with me, boys?" he asked them. "Your mother has prepared a supper for you, fit for a curate." "The senior sacristan will not let us leave until 8 o'clock, sir," answered the larger of the 2 boys. "I expect to get my pay to give it to our mother." "Ah! And where are you going now?" "To the belfry, sir, to ring the knell for the souls." "Going to the belfry? Then take care. Don't go near the bells during the storm." Tasio then left the church, not without first bestowing a look of pity on the 2 boys, who were climbing the stairway into the organ loft. He passed his hand over his eyes, looked at the sky again, and murmured, "Now I should be sorry if thunderbolts should fall." With his head bowed in thought, he started towards the outskirts of the town. "Won't you come in?" invited a voice in Spanish from a window. The sage raised his head and saw a man of 30 or 35 years of age smiling at him. "What are you reading there?" asked Tasio, pointing to a book the man held in his hand. "A work just published, The Torments Suffered by the Blessed Souls in Purgatory," the other answered with a smile. "Man, man, man!" exclaimed the sage in an altered tone as he entered the house. "The author must be a very clever person." Upon reaching the top of the stairway, he was cordially received by the master of the house, Don Filippo Lino, and his young wife, Doña Teodora Viña. Don Filippo was the teniente mayor of the town and leader of one of the parties, the liberal faction, if it be possible to speak so, and if there exist parties in the towns of the Philippines. "Did you meet in the cemetery the son of the deceased Don Rafael, who has just returned from Europe?" "Yes, I saw him as he alighted from his carriage." "They say that he went to look for his father's grave. It must have been a terrible blow." The sage shrugged his shoulders. "Doesn't such a misfortune affect you?" asked the young wife. "You know very well that I was one of the 6 who accompanied the body, and it was I who appealed to the Captain General when I saw that no one, not even the authorities, said anything about such an outrage, although I always prefer to honor a good man in life rather than to worship him after his death." "Well?" "But, madam, I am not a believer in hereditary monarchy. By reason of the Chinese blood which I have received from my mother, I believe a little like the Chinese. I honor the father on account of the son, and not the son on account of the father. I believe that each one should receive the reward or punishment for his own deeds, not for those of another." "Did you order a mass said for your dead wife, as I advised you yesterday?" asked the young woman, changing the subject of conversation. "No," answered the old man with a smile. "What a pity!" she exclaimed with unfeigned regret. "They say that until 10 o'clock tomorrow the souls will wander at liberty, awaiting the prayers of the living, and that during these days one mass is equivalent to 5 on other days of the year, or even to 6, as the curate said this morning." "What? Does that mean that we have a period without paying, which we should take advantage of?" "But, Doray," interrupted Don Filippo, "you know that Don Anastasio doesn't believe in purgatory." "I don't believe in purgatory?" protested the old man, partly rising from his seat, "even when I know something of its history?" "The history of purgatory!" exclaimed the couple, full of surprise. "Come, relate it to us." "You don't know it, and yet you order masses and talk about its torments? Well, as it has begun to rain and threatens to continue, we shall have time to relieve the monotony," replied Tasio, falling into a thoughtful mood. Don Filippo closed the book which he held in his hand, and Doray sat down at his side, determined not to believe anything that the old man was about to say. The letter began in the following manner. "Purgatory existed long before our Lord came into the world, and must have been located in the center of the earth, according to Padre Astete, or somewhere near Cluny, according to the monk of whom Padre Girard tells us. But the location is of least importance here. Now then, who were scorching in those fires that had been burning from the beginning of the world? Its very ancient existence is proved by Christian philosophy, which teaches that God has created nothing new since he rested." "But it could have existed in potentia and not in actu," observed Don Filippo. "Very well. But yet I must answer that some knew of it and as existing in actu. One of these was Zarathustra or Zoroaster, who wrote part of the Zend Avesta and founded a religion which in some points resembles ours. And Zarathustra, according to the scholars, flourished at least 800 years before Christ. I say at least, since Gaffarel, after examining the testimony of Plato, Xanthus of Lydia, Pliny, Hermippus, and Eudoxus, believes it to have been 2,500 years before our era. However that may be, it is certain that Zarathustra talked of a kind of purgatory and showed ways of getting free from it. The living could redeem the souls of those who died in sin by reciting passages from the Avesta and by doing good works, but under the condition that the person offering the petitions should be a relative up to the 4th generation. The time for this occurred every year and lasted 5 days. Later, when this belief had become fixed among the people, the priests of that religion saw in it a chance of profit, and so they exploited the deep and dark prison where remorse reigns, as Zarathustra called it. They declared that by the payment of a small coin it was possible to save a soul from a year of torture, but as in that religion there were sins punishable by 300 to 1,000 years of suffering, such as lying, faithlessness, failure to keep one's word, and so on, it resulted that the rascals took in countless sums. Here you will observe something like our purgatory, if you take into account the differences in the religions. A vivid flash of lightning, followed by rolling thunder, caused Doré to start up and exclaim as she crossed herself, "Jesus, Maria y José, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to burn some sacred palm and light candles of penitence." The rain began to fall in torrents. The sage Tasio, watching the young woman leave, continued. "Now that she is not here, we can consider this matter more rationally. Doré, even though a little superstitious, is a good Catholic, and I don't care to root out the faith from her heart. A pure and simple faith is as distinct from fanaticism as the flame from smoke or music from discords. Only the fools and the deaf confuse them. Between ourselves, we can say that the idea of purgatory is good, holy, and rational. It perpetuates the union of those who were and those who are, leading thus to a greater purity of life. The evil is in its abuse. But let us now see where Catholicism got this idea, which does not exist in the Old Testament nor in the Gospels. Neither Moses nor Christ made the slightest mention of it, and the single passage which is cited from Maccabees is insufficient. Besides, this book was declared apocryphal by the Council of Laodicea, and the Holy Catholic Church accepted it only later. Neither have the pagan religions anything like it. The oft-quoted passage in Virgil, Aliae panduntur inanes, which probably gave occasion for St. Gregory the Great to speak of drowned souls, and to Dante for another narrative in his Divine Comedy, cannot have been the origin of this belief. Neither the Brahmins, the Buddhists, nor the Egyptians, who may have given Rome her Charon and her Avernus, had anything like this idea. I won't speak now of the religions of Northern Europe, for they were religions of warriors, bards, and hunters, and not of philosophers. While they yet preserved their beliefs and even their rites under Christian forms, they were unable to accompany the hordes in the spoliation of Rome or to seat themselves on the Capitoline. The religions of the mists were dissipated by the southern sun. Now then, the early Christians did not believe in a purgatory, but died in the blissful confidence of shortly seeing God face to face. Apparently the first fathers of the Church who mentioned it were Saint Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and Saint Irenaeus, who were all perhaps influenced by Zarathustra's religion, which still flourished and was widely spread throughout the East, since at every step we read reproaches against Origen's Orientalism. Saint Irenaeus proved its existence by the fact that Christ remained 3 days in the depths of the earth, 3 days of purgatory, and deduced from this that every soul must remain there until the resurrection of the body, although the hodie mecrum eris in paradiso seems to contradict it. Saint Augustine also speaks of purgatory, and if not affirming its existence, yet he did not believe it impossible, conjecturing that in another existence there might continue the punishments that we receive in this life for our sins. "The devil with Saint Augustine!" ejaculated Don Filippo. "He wasn't satisfied with what we suffer here, but wished a continuance." Well, so it went. Some believed it, and others didn't. Although Saint Gregory finally came to admit it, de quibus dam levibus cultis esse ante judicium purgatorius ignis credendus est, yet nothing definite was done until the year 1439, that is, 8 centuries later, when the Council of Florence declared that there must exist a purifying fire for the soul of those who have died in the love of God, but without having satisfied divine justice. Lastly, the Council of Trent under Pius IV in 1563, in the 25th session, issued the purgatorial decree beginning Cura Catholica Ecclesia, Spiritu Santo edocta, wherein it deduces that, after the office of the Mass, the petitions of the living, their prayers, alms, and other pious works, are the surest means of freeing the souls. Nevertheless, the Protestants do not believe in it, nor do the Greek fathers, since they reject any biblical authority for it, and say that our responsibility ends with death, and that the quodcumque ligaberis in terra does not mean usque ad purgatorium, but to this the answer can be made that since purgatory is located in the center of the earth, it fell naturally under the control of Saint Peter. But I should never get through if I had to relate all that has been said on the subject. Any day that you wish to discuss the matter with me, come to my house, and there we will consult the books and talk freely and quietly. Now I must go. I don't understand why Christian piety permits robbery on this night, and you, the authorities, allow it, and I fear for my books. If they should steal them to read, I wouldn't object, but I know that there are many who wish to burn them in order to do for me an act of charity, and such charity, worth of the Caliph Omar, is to be dreaded. Some believe that on account of those books I am already damned. But I suppose that you do believe in damnation?" asked Doré with a smile, as she appeared carrying in a brazier the dry palm leaves, which gave off a peculiar smoke and an agreeable odor. "I don't know, madam, what God will do with me," replied the old man thoughtfully. "When I die, I will commit myself to him without fear, and he may do with me what he wishes. But a thought strikes me." "What thought is that?" "If the only ones who can be saved are the Catholics, and of them only 5%, as many curates say, and as the Catholics form only a 12th part of the population of the world, if we believe what statistics show, it would result that after damning millions and millions of men during the countless ages that passed before the Savior came to the earth, after a Son of God has died for us, it is now possible to save only 5 in every 1,200. That cannot be so. I prefer to believe and say with Job, 'Wilt thou break a leaf driven to and fro, and wilt thou pursue the dry stubble?' No, such a calamity is impossible, and to believe it is blasphemy." "What do you wish? Divine justice? Divine purity?" "Oh, but divine justice and divine purity saw the future before the creation," answered the old man as he rose shuddering. "Man is an accidental and not a necessary part of creation, and that God cannot have created him, no indeed, only to make a few happy and condemn hundreds to eternal misery, and all in a moment for hereditary faults. No, if that be true, strangle your baby son sleeping there. If such a belief were not blasphemy against that God who must be the highest good, then the Phoenician Moloch, which was appeased with human sacrifices and innocent blood, and in whose belly were burned the babes torn from their mothers' breasts, that bloody deity, that horrible divinity, would be by the side of him, a weak girl, a friend, a mother of humanity. Horrified, the lunatic, or the sage, left the house and ran along the street in spite of the rain and the darkness. A lurid flash, followed by frightful thunder and filling the air with deadly currents, lighted the old man as he stretched his hand toward the sky and cried out, "Thou protestest! I know that thou art not cruel. I know that I must only name thee good." The flashes of lightning became more frequent and the storm increased in violence. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in December 2011. Chapter 15. The Sacristans. The thunder resounded, roar following close upon roar, each preceded by a blinding flash of zigzag lightning, so that it might have been said that God was writing his name in fire and that the eternal arch of heaven was trembling with fear. The rain, whipped about in a different direction each moment by the mournfully whistling wind, fell in torrents. With a voice full of fear the bells sounded their sad supplication, and in the brief pauses between the roars of the unchained elements tolled forth sorrowful peals like plaintive groans. On the second floor of the church tower were the two boys whom we saw talking to the sage. The younger, a child of 7 years with large black eyes and a timid countenance, was huddling close to his brother, a boy of 10, whom he greatly resembled in features, except that the look on the elder's face was deeper and firmer. Both were meanly dressed in clothes full of rents and patches. They sat upon a block of wood, each holding the end of a rope which extended upward and was lost amid the shadows above. The wind-driven rain reached them and snuffed the piece of candle burning dimly on the large round stone that was used to furnish the thunder on Good Friday by being rolled around the gallery. "Pull on the rope, Crispin, pull!" cried the elder to his little brother, who did as he was told, so that from above was heard a faint peal, instantly drowned out by the re-echoing thunder. "Oh, if we were only at home now with mother," sighed the younger, as he gazed at his brother. "There I shouldn't be afraid." The elder did not answer. He was watching the melting wax of the candle, apparently lost in thought. "There, no one would say that I stole," went on Crispin. "Mother wouldn't allow it. If she knew that they whip me." The elder took his gaze from the flame, raised his head, and clutching the thick rope pulled violently on it, so that the sonorous peal of the bells was heard. "Are we always going to live this way, brother?" continued Crispin. "I'd like to get sick at home tomorrow. I'd like to fall into a long sickness so that mother might take care of me and not let me come back to the convento. So I'd not be called a thief, nor would they whip me. And you, too, brother, you must get sick with me." "No," answered the older. "We should all die, mother of grief and we of hunger." Crispin remained silent for a moment, then asked, "How much will you get this month?" 2 pesos. They fined me twice." "Then pay what they say I've stolen so that they won't call us thieves. Pay it, brother." "Are you crazy, Crispin? Mother wouldn't have anything to eat. The senior sacristan says that you've stolen 2 gold pieces, and they are worth 32 pesos. The little one counted on his fingers up to 32. 6 hands and 2 fingers over, and each finger a peso," he murmured thoughtfully. "And each peso, how many cuartos?" 160. 160 cuartos. 160 times a cuarto. Goodness. And how many are 160? 32 hands, answered the older. Crispin looked hard at his little hands. 32 hands, he repeated. 6 hands and 2 fingers over, and each finger 32 hands, and each finger a cuarto. Goodness, what a lot of cuartos! I could hardly count them in 3 days. And with them could be bought shoes for our feet, a hat for my head when the sun shines hot, a big umbrella for the rain, and food, and clothes for you and mother, and... He became silent and thoughtful again. "Now I'm sorry that I didn't steal," he soon exclaimed. "Crispin!" reproached his brother. "Don't get angry. The curate has said he'll beat me to death if the money doesn't appear, and if I had stolen it I could make it appear. Anyhow, if I died, you and mother would at least have clothes. Oh, if I had only stolen it!" The elder pulled on the rope in silence. After a time he replied with a sigh, "What I'm afraid of is that mother will scold you when she knows about it." "Do you think so?" asked the younger with astonishment. "You will tell her that they whipped me and I'll show the welts on my back and my torn pocket. I had only 1 cuarto which was given to me last Easter, but the curate took that away from me yesterday. I never saw a prettier cuarto. No, mother won't believe it." "If the curate says so?" Crispin began to cry, murmuring between his sobs, "Then go home alone. I don't want to go. Tell mother that I'm sick. I don't want to go." "Crispin, don't cry," pleaded the elder. "Mother won't believe it. Don't cry. Old Tasio told us that a fine supper is waiting for us." "A fine supper, and I haven't eaten for a long time. They won't give me anything to eat until the 2 gold pieces appear. But if mother believes it? You must tell her that the senior sacristan is a liar, but that the curate believes him and that all of them are liars, that they say that we're thieves because our father is a vagabond who..." At that instant a head appeared at the top of the stairway leading down to the floor below, and that head, like Medusa's, froze the words on the child's lips. It was a long, narrow head, covered with black hair, with blue glasses concealing the fact that one eye was sightless. The senior sacristan was accustomed to appear thus, without noise or warning of any kind. The 2 brothers turned cold with fear. "On you, Basilio, I impose a fine of 2 reals for not ringing the bells in time," he said in a voice so hollow that his throat seemed to lack vocal cords. "You, Crispin, must stay tonight until what you stole reappears." Crispin looked at his brother as if pleading for protection. "But we already have permission. Mother expects us at 8 o'clock," objected Basilio timidly. "Neither shall you go home at 8. You'll stay until 10. "But, sir, after 9 o'clock no one is allowed to be out, and our house is far from here." "Are you trying to give me orders?" growled the man irritably as he caught Crispin by the arm and started to drag him away. "Oh, sir, it's been a week now since we seen our mother," begged Basilio, catching hold of his brother as if to defend him. The senior sacristan struck his hand away and jerked at Crispin, who began to weep as he fell to the floor, crying out to his brother, "Don't leave me! They're going to kill me!" The sacristan gave no heed to this and dragged him onto the stairway. As they disappeared among the shadows below, Basilio stood speechless, listening to the sounds of his brother's body striking against the steps. Then followed the sound of a blow and heart-rending cries that died away in the distance. The boy stood on tiptoe, hardly breathing and listening fixedly, with his eyes unnaturally wide and his fists clenched. "When shall I be strong enough to plow a field?" he muttered between his teeth as he started below hastily. Upon reaching the organ loft he paused to listen. The voice of his brother was fast dying away in the distance, and the cries of "Mother! Brother!" were at last completely cut off by the sound of a closing door. Trembling and perspiring, he paused for a moment with his fist in his mouth to keep down a cry of anguish. He let his gaze wander about the dimly lighted church where an oil lamp gave a ghostly light, revealing the catafalque in the center. The doors were closed and fastened, and the windows had iron bars on them. Suddenly he reascended the stairway to the place where the candle was burning, and then climbed up into the third floor of the belfry. After untying the ropes from the bell clappers, he again descended. He was pale and his eyes glistened, but not with tears. Meanwhile the rain was gradually ceasing and the sky was clearing. Basilio knotted the ropes together, tied one end to a rail of the balustrade, and without even remembering to put out the light, let himself down into the darkness outside. A few moments later, voices were heard on one of the streets of the town. 2 shots resounded, but no one seemed to be alarmed, and silence again reigned. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in December 2011. Chapter 16. Sisa. Through the dark night the villagers slept. The families who had remembered their dead gave themselves up to quiet and satisfied sleep, for they had recited their requiems, the novena of the souls, and had burned many wax tapers before the sacred images. The rich and powerful had discharged the duties their positions imposed upon them. On the following day they would hear 3 masses said by each priest and would give 2 pesos for another, besides buying a bull of indulgences for the dead. Truly, divine justice is not nearly so exacting as human. But the poor and indigent, who earn scarcely enough to keep themselves alive, and who also have to pay tribute to the petty officials, clerks, and soldiers, that they may be allowed to live in peace, sleep not so tranquilly as gentle poets who have perhaps not felt the pinches of want would have us believe. The poor are sad and thoughtful, for on that night, if they have not recited many prayers, yet they have prayed much, with pain in their eyes and tears in their hearts. They have not the novenas, nor do they know the responsories, versicles, and prayers which the friars have composed for those who lack original ideas and feelings, nor do they understand them. They pray in the language of their misery, their souls weep for them and for those dead beings whose love was their wealth. Their lips may proffer the salutations, but their minds cry out complaints charged with lamentations. Wilt thou be satisfied, O thou who blessedst poverty, and you, O suffering souls, with the simple prayers of the poor, offered before a rude picture in the light of a dim wick? Or do you perhaps desire wax tapers before bleeding Christs and virgins with small mouths and crystal eyes, and masses in Latin recited mechanically by priests? And thou, religion preached for suffering humanity, hast thou forgotten thy mission of consoling the oppressed in their misery and of humiliating the powerful in their pride? Hast thou now promises only for the rich, for those who can pay thee? The poor widow watches among the children who sleep at her side. She is thinking of the indulgences that she ought to buy for the repose of the souls of her parents and of her dead husband. "A peso," she says, "a peso is a week of happiness for my children, a week of laughter and joy, my savings for a month, a dress for my daughter who is becoming a woman. But it is necessary that you put aside these worldly desires. says the voice that she heard in the pulpit. "It is necessary that you make sacrifices." Yes, it is necessary. The Church does not gratuitously save the beloved souls for you, nor does it distribute indulgences without payment. You must buy them, so tonight instead of sleeping you should work. Think of your daughter, so poorly clothed. Fast, for heaven is dear. Decidedly, it seems that the poor enter not into heaven. Such thoughts wander through the space enclosed between the rough mats spread out on the bamboo floor and the ridge of the roof from which hangs the hammock wherein the baby swings. The infant's breathing is easy and peaceful, but from time to time he swallows and smacks his lips. His hungry stomach, which is not satisfied with what his older brothers have given him, dreams of eating. The cicadas chant monotonously, mingling their ceaseless notes with the trills of the cricket hidden in the grass, or the chirp of the little lizard which has come out in search of food, while the big gecko, no longer fearing the water, disturbs the concert with its ill-omened voice as it shows its head from out the hollow of the decayed tree trunk. The dogs howl mournfully in the streets, and superstitious folk, hearing them, are convinced that they see spirits and ghosts. But neither the dogs nor the other animals see the sorrows of men, yet how many of these exist? Distant from the town an hour's walk lives the mother of Basilio and Crispin. The wife of a heartless man, she struggles to live for her sons, while her husband is a vagrant gamester, with whom her interviews are rare, but always painful. He has gradually stripped her of her few jewels to pay the cost of his vices, and when the suffering Cæsar no longer had anything that he might take to satisfy his whims, he had begun to maltreat her. Weak in character, with more heart than intellect, she knew only how to love and to weep. Her husband was a god, and her sons were his angels, so he, knowing to what point he was loved and feared, conducted himself like all false gods. Daily he became more cruel, more inhuman, more willful. Once, when he had appeared with his countenance gloomier than ever before, Cæsar had consulted him about the plan of making a sacristan of Basilio, and he had merely continued to stroke his game-cock, saying neither yes nor no, only asking whether the boy would earn much money. She had not dared to insist, but her needy situation and her desire that the boys should learn to read and write in the town school forced her to carry out the plan. Still, her husband had said nothing. That night, between 10 and 11 o'clock, when the stars were glittering in a sky now cleared of all signs of the storm of the early evening, Cæsar sat on a wooden bench watching some faggots that smoldered upon the fireplace, fashioned of rough pieces of natural rock. Upon a tripod, or tunko, was a small pot of boiling rice, and upon the red coals lay 3 little dried fishes, such as are sold at 3 for 2 cuartos. Her chin rested in the palm of her hand, while she gazed at the weak yellow glow peculiar to the cane, which burns rapidly and leaves embers that quickly grow pale. A sad smile lighted up her face as she recalled a funny riddle about the pot and the fire, which Crispin had once propounded to her. The boy said, "The black man sat down, and the red man looked at him. A moment passed, and cock-a-doodle-doo rang forth." Cæsar was still young, and it was plain that at one time she had been pretty and attractive. Her eyes, which, like her disposition, she had given to her sons, were beautiful, with long lashes and a deep look. Her nose was regular, and her pale lips curved pleasantly. She was what the Tagalogs call kayumanging, kaligatan, that is, her color was a clear, pure brown. In spite of her youthfulness, pain and perhaps even hunger had begun to make hollow her pallid cheeks, and if her abundant hair, in other times the delight and adornment of her person, was even yet simply and neatly arranged, though without pins or combs, it was not from coquetry but from habit. Sisa had been for several days confined to the house, sewing upon some work which had been ordered for the earliest possible time. In order to earn the money, she had not attended mass that morning, as it would have taken 2 hours at least to go to the town and return. Poverty obliges one to sin. She had finished the work and delivered it, but had received only a promise of payment. All that day she had been anticipating the pleasures of the evening, for she knew that her sons were coming, and she had intended to make them some presents. She had bought some small fishes, picked the most beautiful tomatoes in her little garden, as she knew that Crispin was very fond of them, and begged from a neighbor, old Tasio the sage, who lived half a mile away, some slices of dried wild boar's meat and a leg of wild duck, which Basilio especially liked. Full of hope, she had cooked the whitest of rice which she herself had gleaned from the threshing floors. It was indeed a curate's meal for the poor boys. But by an unfortunate chance her husband came and ate the rice, the slices of wild boar's meat, the duck leg, 5 of the little fishes, and the tomatoes. Sisa said nothing, although she felt as if she herself were being eaten. His hunger at length appeased, he remembered to ask for the boys. Then Sisa smiled happily and resolved that she would not eat that night, because what remained was not enough for 3. The father had asked for their sons, and that, for her, was better than eating. Soon he picked up his gamecock and started away. "Don't you want to see them?" she asked tremulously. "Old Tasio told me that they would be a little late. Crispin now knows how to read, and perhaps Basilio will bring his wages." The last reason caused the husband to pause and waver, but his good angel triumphed. "In that case, keep a peso for me," he said as he went away. Sisa wept bitterly, but the thought of her sons soon dried her tears. She cooked some more rice and prepared the only 3 fishes that were left. Each would have 1½ "They'll have good appetites," she mused. "The way is long and hungry stomachs have no heart." So she sat, the ear strained to catch every sound, listening to the lightest footfalls, strong and clear, Basilio, light and irregular, Crispin. Thus she mused. The calao called in the woods several times after the rain had ceased, but still her sons did not come. She put the fishes inside the pot to keep them warm and went to the threshold of the hut to look toward the road. To keep herself company, she began to sing in a low voice, a voice usually so sweet and tender that when her sons listened to her singing the kundiman, they wept without knowing why. But tonight it trembled and the notes were halting. She stopped singing and gazed earnestly into the darkness, but no one was coming from the town. That noise was only the wind shaking the raindrops from the white banana leaves. Suddenly a black dog appeared before her, dragging something along the path. Sisa was frightened, but caught up a stone and threw it at the dog, which ran away howling mournfully. She was not superstitious, but she had heard so much about presentiments and black dogs that terror seized her. She shut the door hastily and sat down by the light. Night favors credulity, and the imagination peoples the air with specters. She tried to pray, to call upon the Virgin and upon God to watch over her sons, especially her little Crispin. Then she forgot her prayers and her thoughts wandered to think about them, to recall the features of each, those features that always wore a smile for her, both asleep and awake. Suddenly she felt her hair rise on her head and her eyes stared wildly. Illusion or reality, she saw Crispin standing by the fireplace, there where he was wont to sit and prattle to her, but now he said nothing as he gazed at her with those large, thoughtful eyes and smiled. "Mother, open the door! Open, mother!" cried the voice of Basilio from without. Sisa shuddered violently, and the vision disappeared. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in December 2011. Chapter 17. Basilio. La vida es sueño. Basilio was scarcely inside when he staggered and fell into his mother's arms. An inexplicable chill seized Sisa as she saw him enter alone. She wanted to speak but could make no sound. She wanted to embrace her son but lacked the strength. To weep was impossible. At sight of the blood which covered the boy's forehead, she cried in a tone that seemed to come from a breaking heart, "My sons!" "Don't be afraid, mother," Basilio reassured her. "Crispin stayed at the convento." "At the convento? He stayed at the convento? Is he alive?" The boy raised his eyes to her. "Ah!" she sighed, passing from the depths of sorrow to the heights of joy. She wept and embraced her son, covering his bloody forehead with kisses. "Crispin is alive. You left him at the convento. But why are you wounded, my son? Have you had a fall?" she inquired as she examined him anxiously. "The senior sacristan took Crispin away and told me that I could not leave until 10 o'clock, but it was already late and so I ran away. In the town the soldiers challenged me. I started to run, they fired, and a bullet grazed my forehead. I was afraid they would arrest me and beat me and make me scrub out the barracks, as they did with Pablo, who is still sick from it." My God, murmured his mother, shuddering. "Thou hast saved him." Then, while she sought for bandages, water, vinegar, and a feather, she went on, "A finger's breadth more and they would have killed you. They would have killed my boy. The civil guards do not think of the mothers." "You must say that I fell from a tree so that no one will know they chased me," Basilio cautioned her. "Why did Crispin stay?" asked Sisa after dressing her son's wound. Basilio hesitated a few moments, then with his arms about her and their tears mingling, he related little by little the story of the gold pieces, without speaking, however, of the tortures they were inflicting upon his young brother. "My good Crispin! To accuse my good Crispin! It's because we're poor, and we poor people have to endure everything," murmured Sisa, staring through her tears at the light of the lamp, which was now dying out from lack of oil. So they remained silent for a while. "Haven't you had any supper yet? Here are rice and fish." "I don't want anything, only a little water." "Yes," answered his mother sadly, "I know that you don't like dried fish. I had prepared something else, but your father came." "Father came?" asked Basilio, instinctively examining the face and hands of his mother. The son's questioning gaze pained Sisa's heart, for she understood it only too well, so she added hastily, "He came and asked a lot about you and wanted to see you, and he was very hungry. He said that if you continued to be so good, he would come back to stay with us." An exclamation of disgust from Basilio's contracted lips interrupted her. "Son!" she reproached him. "Forgive me, mother," he answered seriously. "But aren't we three better off, you, Crispin, and I? You are crying. I haven't said anything." Sisa sighed and asked, "Aren't you going to eat? Then let's go to sleep, for it's now very late." She then closed up the hut and covered the few coals with ashes so that the fire would not die out entirely, just as a man does with his inner feelings. He covers them with the ashes of his life, which he calls indifference, so that they may not be deadened by daily contact with his fellows. Basilio murmured his prayers and lay down near his mother, who was upon her knees praying. He felt hot and cold, he tried to close his eyes as he thought of his little brother, who that night had expected to sleep in his mother's lap, and who now was probably trembling with terror and weeping in some dark corner of the convento. His ears were again pierced with those cries he had heard in the church tower. But wearied nature soon began to confuse his ideas, and the veil of sleep descended upon his eyes. He saw a bedroom where 2 dim tapers burned. The curate, with a rattan whip in his hand, was listening gloomily to something that the senior sacristan was telling him in a strange tongue with horrible gestures. Crispin quailed and turned his tearful eyes in every direction as if seeking someone or some hiding place. The curate turned toward him and called to him irritably. The rattan whistled. The child ran to hide himself behind the sacristan, who caught and held him, thus exposing him to the curate's fury. The unfortunate boy fought, kicked, screamed, threw himself on the floor, and rolled about. He picked himself up, ran, slipped, fell, and parried the blows with his hands, which, wounded, he hid quickly, all the time shrieking with pain. Basilio saw him twist himself, strike the floor with his head. He saw and heard the rattan whistle. In desperation, his little brother rose. Mad with pain, he threw himself upon his tormentor and bit him on the hand. The curate gave a cry and dropped the rattan. The sacristan caught up a heavy cane and struck the boy a blow on the head so that he fell stunned. The curate, seeing him down, trampled him with his feet. But the child no longer defended himself, nor did he cry out. He rolled along the floor, a lifeless mass that left a damp track. Caesar's voice brought him back to reality. "What's the matter? Why are you crying?" "I dreamed... Oh, God!" exclaimed Basilio, sitting up, covered with perspiration. "It was a dream. Tell me, mother, that it was only a dream. Only a dream." "What did you dream?" The boy did not answer, but sat drying his tears and wiping away the perspiration. The hut was in total darkness. "A dream, a dream," repeated Basilio in subdued tones. "Tell me what you dreamed. I can't sleep," said his mother when he lay down again. "Well," he said in a low voice, "I dreamed that we had gone to glean the rice stalks in a field where there were many flowers. The women had baskets full of rice stalks, the men too had baskets full of rice stalks, and the children too. I don't remember any more, mother. I don't remember the rest." Caesar had no faith in dreams, so she did not insist. "Mother, I've thought of a plan tonight," said Basilio after a few moments' silence. "What is your plan?" she asked. Caesar was humble in everything, even with her own sons, trusting their judgment more than her own. "I don't want to be a sacristan any longer." "What?" "Listen, mother, to what I've been thinking about. Today there arrived from Spain the son of the dead Don Rafael, and he will be a good man like his father. Well, now, mother, tomorrow you will get Crispin, collect my wages, and say that I will not be a sacristan any longer. As soon as I get well, I'll go to see Don Crisostomo and ask him to hire me as a herdsman of his cattle and carabaos. I am now big enough. Crispin can study with old Tasio, who does not whip and who is a good man, even if the curate does not believe so. What have we to fear now from the padre? Can he make us any poorer than we are? You may believe it, mother, the old man is good. I have seen him often in the church when no one else was about, kneeling and praying, believe it. So, mother, I'll stop being a sacristan. I earn but little, and that little is taken away from me in fines. Everyone complains of the same thing. I'll be a herdsman, and by performing my tasks carefully, I'll make my employer like me. Perhaps he'll let us milk a cow so we can drink milk. Crispin likes milk so much. Who can tell? Maybe they'll give us a little calf if they see that I behave well and will take care of it and fatten it like our hen. I'll pick fruits in the woods and sell them in the town along with the vegetables from our garden, so we'll have money. I'll set snares and traps to catch birds and wild cats. I'll fish in the river, and when I'm bigger, I'll hunt. I'll be able also to cut firewood to sell or to present to the owner of the cows, and so he'll be satisfied with us. When I'm able to plow, I'll ask him to let me have a piece of land to plant in sugarcane or corn, and you won't have to sew until midnight. We'll have new clothes for every fiesta, we'll eat meat and big fish, we'll live free, seeing each other every day and eating together. Old Tasio says that Crispin has a good head, and so we'll send him to Manila to study. I'll support him by working hard. Isn't that fine, Mother? Perhaps he'll be a doctor. What do you say?" "What can I say but yes?" said Sisa as she embraced her son. She noticed, however, that in their future the boy took no account of his father and shed silent tears. Basilio went on talking of his plans with the confidence of the years that see only what they wish for. To everything Sisa said yes. Everything appeared good. Sleep again began to weigh down upon the tired eyelids of the boy, and this time Ole Luk Oye, of whom Andersen tells us, spread over him his beautiful umbrella with its pleasing pictures. Now he saw himself with his little brother as they picked guavas, alpai, and other fruits in the woods. They clambered from branch to branch, light as butterflies. They penetrated into the caves and saw the shining rocks. They bathed in the springs where the sand was gold dust and the stones like the jewels in the Virgin's crown. The little fishes sang and laughed. The plants bent their branches toward them, laden with golden fruit. Then he saw a bell hanging in a tree, with a long rope for ringing it. To the rope was tied a cow with a bird's nest between her horns, and Crispin was inside the bell. Thus he went on dreaming, while his mother, who was not of his age and who had not run for an hour, slept not. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in December 2011. Chapter 18. Souls in Torment. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning when Fray Salvi finished celebrating his last mass, having offered up 3 in the space of an hour. "The padre is ill," commented the pious women. "He doesn't move about with his usual slowness and elegance of manner." He took off his vestments without the least comment, without saying a word or looking at anyone. "Attention!" whispered the sacristans among themselves. "The devil's to pay. It's going to rain fines, and all on account of those 2 brothers." He left the sacristy to go up into the rectory, in the hallway of which there awaited him some 7 or 8 women seated upon benches, and a man who was pacing back and forth. Upon seeing him approach, the women arose, and one of them pressed forward to kiss his hand, but the holy man made a sign of impatience that stopped her short. "Can it be that you've lost the real, curipot?" exclaimed the woman with a jesting laugh, offended at such a reception. "Not to give his hand to me, matron of the sisterhood, Sister Rufa." It was an unheard-of proceeding. "He didn't go into the confessional this morning," added Sister Sipa, a toothless old woman. "I wanted to confess myself, so as to receive communion and get the indulgences." "Well, I'm sorry for you," commented a young woman with a frank face. This week I earned 3 plenary indulgences and dedicated them to the soul of my husband." "Badly done, Sister Juana," said the offended Rufa. "1 plenary indulgence was enough to get him out of purgatory. You ought not to squander the holy indulgences. Do as I do." "I thought so many more the better," answered the simple Sister Juana, smiling. "But tell me what you do." Sister Rufa did not answer at once. First she asked for a buyo and chewed at it, gazed at her audience, which was listening attentively, then spat to one side and commenced, chewing at the buyo meanwhile. "I don't misspend 1 holy day. Since I've belonged to the sisterhood, I've earned 457 plenary indulgences, 760,598 years of indulgence. I set down all that I earn, for I like to have clean accounts. I don't want to cheat or be cheated." Here Sister Rufa paused to give more attention to her chewing. The women gazed at her in admiration, but the man who was pacing back and forth remarked with some disdain, "Well, this year I've gained 4 plenary indulgences more than you have, Sister Rufa, and 100 years more, and that without praying much either." "More than I? More than 689 plenary indulgences on 994,856 years?" queried Rufa, somewhat disgruntled. "That's it. 8 indulgences and 115 years more and a few months over," answered the man, from whose neck hung soiled scapularies and rosaries. "That's not strange," admitted Rufa, at last admitting defeat. "You're an expert, the best in the province." The flattered man smiled and continued, "It isn't so wonderful that I earn more than you do. Why, I can almost say that even when sleeping I earn indulgences." "And what do you do with them, sir?" asked 4 or 5 voices at the same time. "Pish!" answered the man with a gesture of proud disdain. "I have them to throw away." "But in that I can't command you, sir," protested Rufa. "You'll go to purgatory for wasting the indulgences. You know very well that for every idle word one must suffer 40 days in fire, according to the curate, for every span of thread uselessly wasted, 60 days, and for every drop of water spilled, 20. You'll go to purgatory." "Well, I'll know how to get out," answered Brother Pedro with sublime confidence. "How many souls have I saved from the flames? How many saints have I made? Besides, even in articulo mortis I can still earn, if I wish, at least 7 plenary indulgences, and shall be able to save others as I die." So saying, he strode proudly away. Sister Rufa turned to the others. "Nevertheless, you must do as I do, for I don't lose a single day and keep my accounts well. I don't want to cheat or be cheated." "Well, what do you do?" asked Juana. "You must imitate what I do. For example, suppose I earn a year of indulgence. I set it down in my account book and say, 'Most Blessed Father and Lord Saint Dominic, please see if there is anybody in purgatory who needs exactly a year, neither a day more nor a day less.' Then I play heads and tails. If it comes heads, no. If tails, yes. Let's suppose that it comes tails, then I write down 'paid.' If it comes heads, then I keep the indulgence. In this way I arrange groups of 100 years each, of which I keep a careful account. It's a pity that we can't do with them as with money, put them out at interest, for in that way we should be able to save more souls. Believe me, and do as I do." "Well, I do it a better way," remarked Sister Sipa. "What? Better?" demanded the astonished Rufa. "That can't be. My system can't be improved upon." "Listen a moment and you'll be convinced, sister," said old Sipa in a tone of vexation. "How is it? Let's hear!" exclaimed the other. After coughing ceremoniously, the old woman began with great care. You know very well that by saying the Bendita sea tu purezza and the Señor mío Jesucristo, Padre dulcissimo por el gozo, 10 years are gained for each letter. 20! No, less. 5! Interrupted several voices. A few years more or less make no difference. Now, when a servant breaks a plate, a glass, or a cup, I make him pick up the pieces, and for every scrap, even the very smallest, he has to recite for me one of those prayers. The indulgences that I earn in this way I devote to the souls. Everyone in my house, except the cats, understands the systems. But those indulgences are earned by the servants and not by you, Sister Sipa, objected Rufa. And my cups and plates, who pays for them? The servants are glad to pay for them in that way, and it suits me also. I never resort to blows, only sometimes a pinch or a whack on the head. I'm going to do as you do. I'll do the same. And I! Exclaimed the women. But suppose the plate is only broken into 2 or 3 pieces, then you earn very few, observed the obstinate Rufa. Ah bah! Answered the old Sipa. I make them recite the prayers anyhow. Then I glue the pieces together again, and so lose nothing. Sister Rufa had no more objections left. Allow me to ask about a doubt of mine, said young Juana timidly. You ladies understand so well these matters of heaven, purgatory, and hell, while I confess that I am ignorant. Often I find in the novenas and other books this direction: 3 Paternosters, 3 Ave Marias, and 3 Gloria Patris. Yes, well? Now, I want to know how they should be recited, whether 3 Paternosters in succession, 3 Ave Marias in succession, and 3 Gloria Patris in succession, or a Paternoster, an Ave Maria, and a Gloria Patri together 3 times. This way, a Paternoster 3 times. Pardon me, Sister Sipa, interrupted Rufa. They must be recited in the other way. You mustn't mix up males and females. The Paternosters are males, the Ave Marias are females, and the Gloria Patris are the children. Eh? Excuse me, Sister Rufa, Paternoster, Ave Maria, and Gloria are like rice, meat, and sauce, a mouthful for the saints. You're wrong. You'll see, for you who pray that way will never get what you ask for. And you who pray the other way won't get anything from your novenas, replied old Sipa. Who won't? Asked Rufa, rising. A short time ago I lost a little pig. I prayed to Saint Anthony and found it, and then I sold it for a good price. Abba! Yes? Then that's why one of your neighbors was saying that you sold a pig of hers. Who? The shameless one! Perhaps I'm like you. Here the expert had to interfere to restore peace, for no one was thinking any more about paternosters. The talk was all about pigs. Come, come, there mustn't be any quarrel over a pig, sisters. The Holy Scriptures give us an example to follow. The heretics and Protestants didn't quarrel with our Lord for driving into the water a herd of swine that belonged to them, and we that are Christians, and besides, brethren of the Holy Rosary, shall we have hard words on account of a little pig? What would our rivals, the tertiary brethren, say? All became silent before such wisdom, at the same time fearing what the tertiary brethren might say. The expert, well satisfied with such acquiescence, changed his tone and continued. Soon the curate will send for us. We must tell him which preacher we've chosen of the 3 that he suggested yesterday, whether Padre Damaso, Padre Martin, or the coadjutor. I don't know whether the tertiary brethren have yet made any choice, so we must decide. The coadjutor, murmured Juana timidly. The coadjutor doesn't know how to preach, declared Sipa. Padre Martin is better. Padre Martin, exclaimed another disdainfully. He hasn't any voice. Padre Damaso would be better. That's right, cried Rufa. Padre Damaso surely does know how to preach. He looks like a comedian." "But we don't understand him," murmured Juana. "Because he's very deep, and as he preaches well—" This speech was interrupted by the arrival of Sisa, who was carrying a basket on her head. She saluted the sisters and went on up the staircase. "She's going in! Let's go in too!" they exclaimed. Sisa felt her heart beating violently as she ascended the stairs. She did not know just what to say to the padre to placate his wrath or what reasons she should advance in defense of her son. That morning at the first flush of dawn she had gone into her garden to pick the choicest vegetables, which she placed in a basket among banana leaves and flowers. Then she had looked along the bank of the river for the paco, which she knew the curate liked for salads. Putting on her best clothes and without awakening her son, she had set out for the town with the basket on her head. As she went up the stairway, she tried to make as little noise as possible and listened attentively in the hope that she might hear a fresh childish voice so well known to her. But she heard nothing, nor did she meet anyone as she made her way to the kitchen. There she looked into all the corners. The servants and sacristans received her coldly, scarcely acknowledging her greeting. "Where can I put these vegetables?" she asked, not taking any offense at their coldness. "There, anywhere," growled the cook, hardly looking at her as he busied himself in picking the feathers from a capon. With great care Sisa arranged the vegetables and the salad leaves on the table, placing the flowers above them. Smiling, she then addressed one of the servants, who seemed to be more approachable than the cook. "May I speak with the padre?" "He's sick," was the whispered answer. "And Crispin? Do you know if he is in the sacristy?" The servant looked surprised and wrinkled his eyebrows. "Crispin? Isn't he at your house? Do you mean to deny it?" "Basilio is at home, but Crispin stayed here," answered Sisa, "and I want to see him." "Yes, he stayed, but afterwards he ran away after stealing a lot of things. Early this morning the curate ordered me to go and report it to the civil guard. They must have gone to your house already to hunt for the boys." Sisa covered her ears and opened her mouth to speak, but her lips moved without giving out any sound. "A pretty pair of sons you have!" exclaimed the cook. "It's plain that you're a faithful wife. The sons are so like the father. Take care that the younger doesn't surpass him." Sisa broke out into bitter weeping and let herself fall upon a bench. "Don't cry here!" yelled the cook. "Don't you know that the padre's sick? Get out in the street and cry." The unfortunate mother was almost shoved down the stairway at the very time when the sisters were coming down, complaining and making conjectures about the curate's illness, so she hid her face in her pañuelo and suppressed the sounds of her grief. Upon reaching the street, she looked about uncertainly for a moment, and then, as if having reached a decision, walked rapidly away. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 19. A Schoolmaster's Difficulties. El vulgo es necio y pues lo paga es justo. Hablarle en necio para darle el gusto. Lope de Vega. The mountain-encircled lake slept peacefully with that hypocrisy of the elements which gave no hint of how its waters had the night before responded to the fury of the storm. As the first reflections of light awoke on its surface the phosphorescent spirits, there were outlined in the distance, almost on the horizon, the gray silhouettes of the little bancas of the fishermen, who were taking in their nets, and of the larger craft spreading their sails. Two men dressed in deep mourning stood gazing at the water from a little elevation. One was Ibarra, and the other a youth of humble aspect and melancholy features. "This is the place," the latter was saying. "From here your father's body was thrown into the water. Here's where the gravedigger brought Lieutenant Guevara and me." Ibarra warmly grasped the hand of the young man, who went on: "You have no occasion to thank me. I owed many favors to your father, and the only thing that I could do for him was to accompany his body to the grave. I came here without knowing anyone, without recommendation, and having neither name nor fortune, just as present. My predecessor had abandoned the school to engage in the tobacco trade. Your father protected me, secured me a house, and furnished whatever was necessary for running the school. He used to visit the classes and distribute pictures among the poor but studious children, as well as provide them with books and paper. But this, like all good things, lasted only a little while." Ibarra took off his hat and seemed to be praying for a time. Then he turned to his companion. "Did you say that my father helped the poor children? And how?" "Now they get along as well as possible and write when they can," answered the youth. "What is the reason?" "The reason lies in their torn camisas and their downcast eyes." "How many pupils have you now?" asked Ibarra with interest after a pause. "More than 200 on the roll, but only about 25 in actual attendance." "How does that happen?" The schoolmaster smiled sadly as he answered: "To tell you the reasons would make a long and tiresome story." "Don't attribute my question to idle curiosity," replied Ibarra gravely, while he stared at the distant horizon. "I've thought better of it and believe that to carry out my father's ideas will be more fitting than to weep for him, and far better than to revenge him. Sacred nature has become his grave, and his enemies were the people and the priest. The former I pardon on account of their ignorance, and the latter because I wish that religion, which elevated society, should be respected. I wish to be inspired with the spirit of him who gave me life, and therefore desire to know about the obstacles encountered here in educational work." "The country will bless your memory, sir," said the schoolmaster, "if you carry out the beautiful plans of your dead father. You wish to know the obstacles which the progress of education meets? Well then, under present circumstances, without substantial aid, education will never amount to much. In the very first place because, even when we have the pupils, lack of suitable means and other things that attract them more kill off their interest. It is said that in Germany a peasant's son studies for 8 years in the town school, but who here would spend half that time when such poor results are to be obtained? They read, write, and memorize selections, and sometimes whole books, in Spanish without understanding a single word. What benefit does our country child get from the school?" "And why have you, who see the evil, not thought of remedying it?" The schoolmaster shook his head sadly. "A poor teacher struggles not only against prejudices, but also against certain influences. First, it would be necessary to have a suitable place, and not to do as I must at present, hold the classes under the convento by the side of the padre's carriage. There the children, who like to read aloud, very naturally disturb the padre, and he often comes down, nervous, especially when he has his attacks, yells at them, and even insults me at times. You know that no one can either teach or learn under such circumstances, for the child will not respect his teacher when he sees him abused without standing up for his rights. In order to be heeded and to maintain his authority, the teacher needs prestige, reputation, moral strength, and some freedom of action. Now let me recount to you even sadder details. I have wished to introduce reforms and have been laughed at. In order to remedy the evil of which I just spoke to you, I tried to teach Spanish to the children because, in addition to the fact that the government so orders, I thought also that it would be of advantage for everybody. I used the simplest methods of words and phrases without paying any attention to long rules, expecting to teach them grammar when they should understand the language. At the end of a few weeks, some of the brightest were almost able to understand me and could use a few phrases." The schoolmaster paused and seemed to hesitate. Then, as if making a resolution, he went on: "I must not be ashamed of the story of my wrongs, for anyone in my place would have acted the same as I did. As I said, it was a good beginning, but a few days afterwards Padre Damaso, who was the curate then, sent for me by the senior sacristan. Knowing his disposition and fearing to make him wait, I went upstairs at once, saluted him, and wished him good morning in Spanish. His only greeting had been to put out his hand for me to kiss, but at this he drew it back and without answering me began to laugh loud and mockingly. I was very much embarrassed as the senior sacristan was present. At the moment I didn't know just what to say, for the curate continued his laughter and I stood staring at him. Then I began to get impatient and saw that I was about to do something indiscreet, since to be a good Christian and to preserve one's dignity are not incompatible. I was going to put a question to him when suddenly, passing from ridicule to insult, he said sarcastically, "So it's buenos dins, eh? Buenos dias! How nice that you know how to talk Spanish." Then again he broke out into laughter. Ibarra was unable to repress a smile. "You smile," continued the schoolmaster, following Ibarra's example, "but I must confess that at the time I had very little desire to laugh. I was still standing. I felt the blood rush to my head and lightning seemed to flash through my brain. The curate I saw far, far away. I advanced to apply to him without knowing just what I was going to say, but the senior sacristan put himself between us. Padre Damaso arose and said to me in Tagalog, 'Don't try to shine in borrowed finery. Be content to talk your own dialect and don't spoil Spanish, which isn't meant for you. Do you know the teacher Ciruela? Well, Ciruela was a teacher who didn't know how to read, and he had a school.' I wanted to detain him, but he went into his bedroom and slammed the door. What was I to do with only my meager salary, to collect which I have to get the curate's approval and make a trip to the capital of the province? What could I do against him, the foremost religious and political power in the town, backed up by his order, feared by the government, rich, powerful, sought after and listened to, always believed and heeded by everybody? Although he insulted me, I had to remain silent, for if I replied he would have had me removed from my position, by which I should lose all hope in my chosen profession. Nor would the cause of education gain anything, but the opposite, for everybody would take the curate's side. They would curse me and call me presumptuous, proud, vain, a bad Christian, uncultured, and if not those things, then anti-Spanish and a filibuster. Of a schoolmaster neither learning nor zeal is expected. Resignation, humility, and inaction only are asked. May God pardon me if I have gone against my conscience and my judgment, but I was born in this country, I have to live, I have a mother, so I have abandoned myself to my fate like a corpse tossed about by the waves." Did this difficulty discourage you for all time? Have you lived so since? Would that it had been a warning to me! If only my troubles had been limited to that! It is true that from that time I began to dislike my profession and thought of seeking some other occupation, as my predecessor had done, because any work that is done in disgust and shame is a kind of martyrdom, and because every day the school recalled the insult to my mind, causing me hours of great bitterness. But what was I to do? I could not undeceive my mother. I had to say to her that her 3 years of sacrifice to give me this profession now constituted my happiness. It is necessary to make her believe that this profession is most honorable, the work delightful, the way strewn with flowers, that the performance of my duties brings me only friendship, that the people respect me and show me every consideration. By doing otherwise, without ceasing to be unhappy myself, I should have caused more sorrow, which besides being useless, would also be a sin. I stayed on, therefore, and tried not to feel discouraged. I tried to struggle on. Here he paused for a while, then resumed. From that day on which I was so grossly insulted, I began to examine myself, and I found that I was in fact very ignorant. I applied myself day and night to the study of Spanish and whatever concerned my profession. The old sage lent me some books, and I read and pondered over everything that I could get hold of. With the new ideas that I have been acquiring in one place and another, my point of view has changed, and I have seen many things under a different aspect from what they had appeared to me before. I saw error where before I had seen only truth, and truth in many things where I had formerly seen only error. Corporal punishment, for example, which from time immemorial has been the distinctive feature in the schools, and which has heretofore been considered as the only efficacious means of making pupils learn, so we have been accustomed to believe, soon appeared to me to be a great hindrance rather than in any way an aid to the child's progress. I became convinced that it was impossible to use one's mind properly when blows or similar punishment were in prospect. Fear and terror disturb the most serene, and a child's imagination, besides being very lively, is also very impressionable. As it is on the brain that ideas are impressed, it is necessary that there be both inner and outer calm, that there be serenity of spirit, physical and moral repose, and willingness. So I thought that before everything else I should cultivate in the children confidence, assurance, and some personal pride. Moreover, I comprehended that the daily sight of floggings destroyed kindness in their hearts and deadened all sense of dignity, which is such a powerful lever in the world. At the same time it caused them to lose their sense of shame, which is a difficult thing to restore. I have also observed that when pupil is flogged he gets comfort from the fact that the others are treated in the same way, and that he smiles with satisfaction upon hearing the wails of the others. As for the person who does the flogging, while at first he may do it with repugnance, he soon becomes hardened to it and even takes delight in his gloomy task. The past filled me with horror, so I wanted to save the present by modifying the old system. I endeavored to make study a thing of love and joy. I wished to make the primer not a black book bathed in the tears of childhood, but a friend who was going to reveal wonderful secrets, and of the schoolroom not a place of sorrows, but a scene of intellectual refreshment. So, little by little, I abolished corporal punishment, taking the instruments of it entirely away from the school and replacing them with emulation and personal pride. If one was careless about his lesson, I charged it to lack of desire and never to lack of capacity. I made them think that they were more capable than they really were, which urged them on to study just as any confidence leads to notable achievements. At first it seemed that the change of methods was impracticable, many ceased their studies, but I persisted and observed that little by little their minds were being elevated, and that more children came, that they came with more regularity, and that he who was praised in the presence of the others studied with double diligence on the next day. It soon became known throughout the town that I did not whip the children. The curate sent for me, and fearing another scene, I greeted him curtly in Tagalog. On this occasion he was very serious with me. He said that I was exposing the children to destruction, that I was wasting time, that I was not fulfilling my duties, that the father who spared the rod was spoiling the child, according to the Holy Ghost, that learning enters with blood, and so on. He quoted to me sayings of barbarous times just as if it were enough that a thing had been said by the ancients to make it indisputable, according to which we ought to believe that there really existed those monsters which in past ages were imagined and sculptured in the palaces and temples. Finally, he charged me to be more careful and to return to the old system, otherwise he would make unfavorable report about me to the alcalde of the province. Nor was this the end of my troubles. A few days afterward, some of the parents of the children presented themselves under the convento, and I had to call to my aid all my patience and resignation. They began by reminding me of former times when teachers had character and taught as their grandfathers had. Those indeed were the times of the wise men, they declared. They whipped and straightened the bent tree. They were not boys, but old men of experience, great-haired and severe. Don Catalino, king of them all and founder of this very school, used to administer no less than 25 blows, and as a result his pupils became wise men and priests. Ah, the old people were worth more than we ourselves. Yes, sir, more than we ourselves. Some did not content themselves with such indirect rudeness, but told me plainly that if I continued my system their children would learn nothing and that they would be obliged to take them from the school. It was useless to argue with them, for as a young man they thought me incapable of sound judgment. What would I not have given for some gray hairs? They cited the authority of the curate, of this one and that one, and even called attention to themselves, saying that if it had not been for the whippings they had received from their teachers, they would have never learned anything. Only a few persons showed any sympathy to sweeten for me the bitterness of such a disillusioning. In view of all this, I had to give up my system, which after so much toil was just beginning to produce results. In desperation I carried the whips back to the school the next day and began the barbarous practice again. Serenity disappeared and sadness reigned in the faces of the children, who had just begun to care for me and who were my only kindred and friends. Although I tried to spare the whippings and to administer them with all the moderation possible, yet the children felt the change keenly, they became discouraged and wept bitterly. It touched my heart, and even though in my own mind I was vexed with the stupid parents, still I was unable to take any spite out on those innocent victims of their parents' prejudices. Their tears burned me, my heart seemed bursting from my breast, and that day I left the school before closing time to go home and weep alone. Perhaps my sensitiveness may seem strange to you, but if you had been in my place you would understand it. Old Don Anastasio said to me, "So the parents want floggings. Why not inflict them on themselves?" As a result of it all, I became sick. Ibarra was listening thoughtfully. Scarcely had I recovered when I returned to the school to find the number of my pupils reduced to a fifth. The better ones had run away upon the return to the old system, and of those who remained, mostly those who came to school to escape work at home, not one showed any joy, not one congratulated me on my recovery. It would have been the same to them whether I got well or not, or they might have preferred that I continue sick, since my substitute, although he whipped them more, rarely went to the school. My other pupils, those whose parents had obliged them to attend school, had gone to other places. Their parents blamed me for having spoiled them and heaped reproaches on me for it. One, however, the son of a countrywoman who visited me during my illness, had not returned on account of having been made a sacristan, and the senior sacristan says that the sacristans must not attend school, they would be dismissed. "Were you resigned in looking after your new pupils?" asked Ibarra. "What else could I do?" was the queried reply. Nevertheless, during my illness many things had happened, among them a change of curates, so I took new hope and made another attempt to the end that the children should not lose all their time and should, in so far as possible, get some benefit from the floggings, that such things might at least have some good result for them. I pondered over the matter, as I wished that even if they could not love me, by getting something useful from me, they might remember me with less bitterness. You know that in nearly all the schools the books are in Spanish, with the exception of the catechism in Tagalog, which varies according to the religious order to which the curate belongs. These books are generally novenas, canticles, and the catechism of Padre Astete, from which they learn about as much piety as they would from the books of heretics. Seeing the impossibility of teaching the pupils in Spanish or of translating so many books, I tried to substitute short passages from useful works in Tagalog, such as the Treatise on Manners by Hortensio y Felisa, some manuals of agriculture, and so forth. Sometimes I would myself translate simple works, such as Padre Baranera's History of the Philippines, which I then dictated to the children, with at times a few observations of my own, so that they might make notebooks. As I had no maps for teaching geography, I copied one of the province that I said at the capital, and with this and the tiles of the floor I gave them some idea of the country. This time it was the women who got excited. The men contented themselves with smiling, as they saw in it only one of my vagaries. The new curate sent for me, and while he did not reprimand me, yet he said that I should first take care of religion, that before learning such things the children must pass an examination to show that they had memorized the mysteries, the canticles, and the catechism of Christian doctrine. So then, I am now working to the end that the children become changed into parrots, and know by heart so many things of which they do not understand a single word. Many of them now know the mysteries and the canticles, but I fear that my efforts will come to grief with the catechism of Padre Astete, since the greater part of the pupils do not distinguish between the questions and the answers, nor do they understand what either may mean. Thus we shall die, thus those unborn will do, while in Europe they will talk of progress." "Let's not be so pessimistic," said Ibarra. The Teniente Mayor has sent me an invitation to attend a meeting in the town hall. Who knows but that there you may find an answer to your questions?" The schoolmaster shook his head in doubt as he answered, "You'll see how the plan of which they talk to me meets the same fate as mine has. But yet, let us see." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in December 2011. Chapter 20. The Meeting in the Town Hall. The hall was about 12 to 15 meters long by 8 to 10 wide. Its whitewashed walls were covered with drawings in charcoal, more or less ugly and obscene, with inscriptions to complete their meanings. Stacked neatly against the wall in one corner were to be seen about a dozen old flintlocks among rusty swords and talibons, the armament of the cuadrilleros. At one end of the hall there hung, half hidden by soiled red curtains, a picture of His Majesty the King of Spain. Underneath this picture, upon a wooden platform, an old chair spread out its broken arms. In front of the chair was a wooden table spotted with ink stains, and whittled and carved with inscriptions and initials like the tables in the German taverns frequented by students. Benches and broken chairs completed the furniture. This is the hall of council, of judgment, and of torture, wherein are now gathered the officials of the town and its dependent villages. The faction of old men does not mix with that of the youths, for they are mutually hostile. They represent respectively the conservative and the liberal parties, save that their disputes assume in the towns an extreme character. The conduct of the Gobernadorcillo fills me with distrust. Don Filipo, the Teniente Mayor and leader of the liberal faction, was saying to his friends. It was a deep-laid scheme, this thing of putting off the discussion of expenses until the 11th hour. Remember that we have scarcely 11 days left. And he has staved at the convento to hold a conference with the curate, who is sick, observed one of the youths. It doesn't matter, remarked another. We have everything prepared. Just so the plan of the old man doesn't receive a majority. I don't believe it will, interrupted Don Filipo, as I shall present the plan of the old man myself. What? What are you saying? Asked his surprised hearers. I said that if I speak first, I shall present the plan of our rivals. But what about our plan? I shall leave it to you to present ours. answered Don Filipo with a smile, turning toward a youthful cabeza de barangay. You will propose it after I have been defeated. We don't understand you, sir, said his hearers, staring at him with doubtful looks. Listen, continued the liberal leader in a low voice to several near him. This morning I met old Tasio, and the old man said to me, your rivals hate you more than they do your ideas. Do you wish that a thing shall not be done? Then propose it yourself, and though it were more useful than a mitre, it would be rejected. Once they have defeated you, have the least forward person in the whole gathering propose what you want, and your rivals, in order to humiliate you, will accept it. But keep quiet about it. But so I will propose the plan of our rivals and exaggerate it to the point of making it ridiculous. Ah, here comes Señor Ibarra and the schoolmaster. These two young men saluted each of the groups without joining either. A few moments later, the gobernadorcillo, the very same individual whom we saw yesterday carrying a bundle of candles, entered with a look of disgust on his face. Upon his entrance the murmurs ceased, everyone sat down, and silence was gradually established, as he took his seats under the picture of the king, coughed 4 or 5 times, rubbed his hand over his face and head, rested his elbows on the table, then withdrew them, coughed once more, and then the whole thing over again. Gentlemen, he at last began in an unsteady voice, I have been so bold as to call you together here for this meeting. We have to celebrate the fiesta of our patron saint, San Diego, on the 12th of this month. Today is the 2nd. At this point a slow, dry cough cut off his speech. A man of proud bearing, apparently about 40 years of age, then arose from the bench of the elders. He was the rich Capitan Basilio, the direct contrast of Don Rafael, Ibarra's father. He was a man who maintained that after the death of St. Thomas Aquinas the world had made no more progress, and that since St. John Lateran had left it, humanity had been retrograding. Gentlemen, allow me to speak a few words about such an interesting matter, he began. I speak first, even though there are others here present who have more right to do so than I have, but I speak first because in these matters it seems to me that by speaking first one does not take the first place, no more than that by speaking last does one become the least. Besides, the things that I have to say are of such importance that they should not be put off or last spoken of, and accordingly I wish to speak first in order to give them due weight. So you will allow me to speak first in this meeting, where I see so many notable persons, such as the present Señor Capitan, the former Capitan, my distinguished friend Don Valentin, a former Capitan, the friend of my infancy, Don Julio, our celebrated captain of quadrilleros, Don Melchor, and many other personages, whom, for the sake of brevity, I must omit to enumerate, all of whom you see present here. I beg of you that I may be allowed a few words before anyone else speaks. Have I the good fortune to see my humble request granted by the meeting?" Here the orator with a faint smile inclined his head respectfully. "Go on, you have our undivided attention," said the notables alluded to, and some others who considered Capitan Basilio a great orator. The elders coughed in a satisfied way and rubbed their hands. After wiping the perspiration from his brow with a silk handkerchief, he then proceeded. "Now that you have been so kind and complacent with my humble self as to grant me the use of a few words before anyone else of those are present, I shall take advantage of this permission so generously granted and shall talk. In imagination I fancy myself in the midst of the august Roman Senate, Senatus Populusque Romanus, as was said in those happy days, which, unfortunately for humanity, will never more return. I propose to the patres conscripti, as the learned Cicero would say if he were in my place, I propose in view of the short time left, and time is money, as Solomon said, that concerning this important matter each one set forth his opinion clearly, briefly, and simply. Satisfied with himself, and flattered by the attention in the hall, the orator took his seat, not without first casting a glance of superiority toward Ibarra, who was seated in a corner, and a significant look at his friends as if to say, "Aha! Haven't I spoken well?" His friends reflected both of these expressions by staring at the youths as though to make them die of envy. "Now any one may speak who wishes that, ahem," began the gobernadorcillo, but a repetition of the cough and sighs cut short the phrase. To judge from the silence, no one wished to consider himself called upon as one of the conscript fathers, since no one rose. Then Don Filipo seized the opportunity and rose to speak. The conservatives winked and made significant signs to each other. "I rise, gentlemen, to present my estimate of expenses for the fiesta," he began. "We can't allow it," commented a consumptive old man, who was an irreconcilable conservative. "We'll vote against it," corroborated others. "Gentlemen," exclaimed Don Filipo, repressing a smile, "I haven't yet made known the plan which we, the younger men, bring here. We feel sure that this great plan will be preferred by all over any other that our opponents think of or are capable of conceiving." This presumptuous exordium so thoroughly irritated the minds of the conservatives that they swore in their hearts to offer determined opposition. "We have estimated 3,500 pesos for the expenses," went on Don Filipo. "Now then, with such a sum we shall be able to celebrate a fiesta that will eclipse in magnificence any that has been seen up to this time in our own or neighboring provinces." "Ahem!" coughed some doubters. "The town of A has 5,000, B has 4,000. Ahem! Humbug!" "Listen to me, gentlemen, and I'll convince you," continued the unterrified speaker. "I propose that we erect a theater in the middle of the plaza, to cost 150 pesos." "That won't be enough. It'll take 160," objected a confirmed conservative. "Write it down, Señor Director. 200 pesos for the theater," said Don Filipo. "I further propose that we contract with a troupe of comedians from Tondo for 7 performances on 7 successive nights. 7 performances at 200 peso a night make 1,400 pesos. Write down 1,400 pesos, Señor Director." Both the elders and the youths stared in amazement. Only those in the secret gave no sign. "I propose besides that we have magnificent fireworks, no little lights and pinwheels such as please children and old maids, nothing of the sort. We want big bombs and immense rockets. I propose 200 big bombs at 2 pesos each and 200 rockets at the same price. We'll have them made by the pyrotechnists of Malabon." "Huh?" grunted an old man. "A 2-peso bomb doesn't frighten or deafen me. They ought to be 3-peso ones." "Write down 1,000 pesos for 200 bombs and 200 rockets." The conservatives could no longer restrain themselves. Some of them rose and began to whisper together. "Moreover, in order that our visitors may see that we are a liberal people and have plenty of money," continued the speaker, raising his voice and casting a rapid glance at the whispering group of elders, "I propose: first, 4 hermanos mayores for the 2 days of the fiesta, and second, that each day there be thrown into the lake 200 fried chickens, 100 stuffed capons, and 40 roast pigs, as did Sylla, a contemporary of that Cicero of whom Capitan Basilio just spoke." "That's it, like Sylla," repeated the flattered Capitan Basilio. The surprise steadily increased. "Since many rich people will attend and each one will bring thousands of pesos, his best game cocks and his playing cards, I propose that the cockpit run for 15 days and that license be granted to open all gambling houses." The youths interrupted him by rising, thinking that he had gone crazy. The elders were arguing heatedly. "And finally, that we may not neglect the pleasures of the soul." The murmurs and cries which arose all over the hall drowned his voice out completely, and tumult reigned. "No!" yelled an irreconcilable conservative. "I don't want him to flatter himself over having run the whole fiesta. No! Let me speak! Let me speak!" "Don Filipo has deceived us," cried the liberals. "We'll vote against his plan. He has gone over to the old man. We'll vote against him." The gobernadorcillo, more overwhelmed than ever, did nothing to restore order, but rather was waiting for them to restore it themselves. The captain of the cuadrilleros begged to be heard and was granted permission to speak, but he did not open his mouth and sat down again confused and ashamed. By good fortune, Capitan Valentin, the most moderate of all the conservatives, arose and said, "We cannot agree to what the teniente mayor has proposed, as it appears to be exaggerated. So many bombs and so many nights of theatrical performances can only be desired by a young man, such as he is, who can spend night after night sitting up and listening to so many explosions without becoming deaf. I have consulted the opinion of the sensible persons here, and all of them unanimously disapprove Don Filipo's plan. Is it not so, gentlemen?" "Yes, yes!" cried the youths and elders with one voice. The youths were delighted to hear an old man speak so. "What are we going to do with 4 hermanos mayores?" went on the old man. "What is the meaning of those chickens, capons, and roast pigs thrown into the lake? Humbug, our neighbors would say. And afterwards we should have to fast for 6 months. What have we to do with Sylla and the Romans? Have they ever invited us to any of their festivities, I wonder? I, at least, have never received any invitation from them, and you can all see that I'm an old man." "The Romans live in Rome, where the Pope is," Capitan Basilio prompted him in a low voice. "Now I understand," exclaimed the old man calmly. "They would make of their festivals watch meetings, and the Pope would order them to throw their food into the sea so they might commit no sin. But in spite of all that, your plan is inadmissible, impossible, a piece of foolishness." Being so stoutly opposed, Don Filipo had to withdraw his proposal. Now that their chief rival had been defeated, even the worst of the irreconcilable insurgents looked on with calmness while a young cabeza de barangay asked for the floor. "I beg that you excuse the boldness of one so young as I am in daring to speak before so many persons respected for their age and prudence and judgment in affairs, but since the eloquent orator Capitan Basilio has requested every one to express his opinion, let the authoritative words spoken by him excuse my insignificance." The conservatives nodded their head with satisfaction, remarking to one another, "This young man talks sensibly. He's modest. He reasons admirably. What a pity that he doesn't know very well how to gesticulate," observed Capitan Basilio. "But there's time yet. He hasn't studied Cicero, and he's still a young man." "If I present to you, gentlemen, any program or plan," the young man continued, "I don't do so with the thought that you will find it perfect or that you will accept it, but at the same time that I once more bow to the judgment of all of you, I wish to prove to our elders that our thoughts are always like theirs, since we take as our own those ideas so eloquently expressed by Capitan Basilio." Well spoken!" cried the flattered conservatives. Capitan Basilio made signs to the speaker showing him how he should stand and how he ought to move his arm. The only one remaining impassive was the gobernadorcillo, who was either bewildered or preoccupied. As a matter of fact, he seemed to be both. The young man went on with more warmth. "My plan, gentlemen, reduces itself to this. Invent new shows that are not common and ordinary, such as we see every day, and endeavor that the money collected may not leave the town, and that it be not wasted in smoke, but that it be used in some manner beneficial to all. That's right, assented the youths. That's what we want. Excellent, added the elders. What should we get from a week of comedies, as the Teniente Mayor proposes? What can we learn from the kings of Bohemia and Granada, who commanded that their daughters' heads be cut off, or that they should be blown from a cannon, which later is converted into a throne? We are not kings, neither are we barbarians. We have no cannon, and if we should imitate those people, they would hang us on Bagumbayan. What are those princesses who mingle in the battles, scattering thrusts and blows about in combat with princes, or who wander alone over mountains and through valleys as though seduced by the tikbalang? Our nature is to love sweetness and tenderness in woman, and we would shudder at the thought of taking the blood-stained hand of a maiden, even when the blood was that of a Moro or a giant so abhorred by us. We consider vile the man who raises his hand against a woman, be he prince or alferez or rude countryman. Would it not be 1,000 times better to give a representation of our own customs in order to correct our defects and vices and to encourage our better qualities? That's right, exclaimed some of his faction. He's right, muttered several old men thoughtfully. I should never have thought of that, murmured Capitan Basilio. But how are you going to do it? Asked the irreconcilable. Very easily, answered the youth. I have brought here 2 dramas, which I feel sure the good taste and recognized judgment of the respected elders here assembled will find very agreeable and entertaining. One is entitled The Election of the Gobernadorcillo, being a comedy in prose in 5 acts, written by one who is here present. The other is in 9 acts for 2 nights and is a fantastical drama of a satirical nature, entitled Mariang Makiling, written by one of the best poets of the province. Seeing that the discussion of preparations for the fiesta has been postponed, and fearing that there would not be time enough left, we have secretly secured the actors and had them learn their parts. We hope that with a week of rehearsal they will have plenty of time to know their parts thoroughly. This gentleman, besides being new, useful, and reasonable, has the great advantage of being economical. We shall not need costumes, as those of our daily life will be suitable. I'll pay for the theater, shouted Capitan Basilio enthusiastically. If you need cuadrilleros, I'll lend you mine, cried their captain. And I, if an old man is needed, stammered another one, swelling with pride. Accepted, cried many voices. Don Filipo became pale with emotion and his eyes filled with tears. He's crying from spite, thought the irreconcilable, so he yelled, Accepted without discussion. Thus satisfied with revenge and the complete defeat of his rival, this fellow began to praise the young man's plan. The latter continued his speech. 1/5 of the money collected may be used to distribute a few prizes, such as to the best schoolchild, the best herdsman, farmer, fisherman, and so on. We can arrange for boat races on the river and lake, and for horse races on shore. We can raise greased poles and also have other games in which our country people can take part. I concede that on account of our long-established customs we must have some fireworks. Wheels and fire castles are very beautiful and entertaining, but I don't believe it necessary to have bombs, as the former speaker proposed. 2 bands of music will afford sufficient merriment, and thus we shall avoid those rivalries and quarrels between the poor musicians who come to gladden our fiesta with their work and who so often behave like fighting cocks, afterwards going away poorly paid, underfed, and even bruised and wounded at times. With the money left over, we can begin the erection of a small building for a schoolhouse, since we can't wait until God himself comes down and builds one for us, and it is a sad state of affairs that while we have a fine cockpit, our children study almost in the curate's stable. Such are the outlines of my plan. The details can be worked out by all. A murmur of pleasure ran through the hall, as nearly everyone agreed with the youth. Some few muttered, Innovations! Innovations! When we were young! Let's adopt it for the time being and humiliate that fellow, said others, indicating Don Filipo. When silence was restored, all were agreed. There was lacking only the approval of the gobernadorcillo. That worthy official was perspiring and fidgeting about. He rubbed his hand over his forehead and was at length able to stammer out in a weak voice, "I also agree, but ahem." Everyone in the hall listened in silence. "But what?" asked Capitan Basilio. "Very agreeable," repeated the gobernadorcillo. "That is to say, I don't agree. I mean, yes, but—" Here he rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. "But the curate," the poor fellow went on, "the curate wants something else." "Does the curate or do we ourselves pay for this fiesta? Has he given a cuarto for it?" exclaimed a penetrating voice. All looked toward the place whence these questions came and saw there the sage Tasio. Don Filipo remained motionless with his eyes fixed on the gobernadorcillo. "What does the curate want?" asked Capitan Basilio. "Well, the padre wants 6 processions, 3 sermons, 3 high masses, and if there is any money left, a comedy from Tondo with songs in the intermissions." "But we don't want that," said the youths and some of the old men. "The curate wants it," repeated the gobernadorcillo. "I've promised him that his wish shall be carried out." "Then why did you have us assemble here?" "For the very purpose of telling you this." "Why didn't you tell us so at the start?" "I wanted to tell you, gentlemen, but Capitan Basilio spoke and I haven't had a chance. The curate must be obeyed." "He must be obeyed," echoed several old men. "He must be obeyed, or else the alcalde will put us all in jail," added several other old men sadly. "Well then, obey him and run the fiesta yourselves," exclaimed the youths, rising. "We withdraw our contributions." "Everything has already been collected," said the gobernadorcillo. Don Filipo approached this official and said to him bitterly, "I sacrificed my pride in favor of a good cause. You are sacrificing your dignity as a man in favor of a bad one, and you have spoiled everything." Ibarra turned to the schoolmaster and asked him, "Is there anything that I can do for you at the capital of the province? I'll leave for there immediately." "Have you some business there?" "We have business there," answered Ibarra mysteriously. On the way home, when Don Filipo was cursing his bad luck, old Tasio said to him, "The blame is ours. You didn't protest when they gave you a slave for a chief, and I, fool that I am, had forgotten it." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 21. The Story of a Mother. Andava incierto, volava errante, un solo instante, sin descansar. Alejos. Sisa ran in the direction of her home, with her thoughts in that confused whirl which is produced in our being when, in the midst of misfortunes, protection and hope alike are gone. It is then that everything seems to grow dark around us, and if we do see some faint light shining from afar, we run toward it, we follow it, even though an abyss yawns in our path. The mother wanted to save her sons, and mothers do not ask about means when their children are concerned. Precipitately she ran, pursued by fear and dark forebodings. Had they already arrested her son Basilio? Whither had her boy Crispin fled? As she approached her little hut, she made out above the garden fence the caps of 2 soldiers. It would be impossible to tell what her heart felt, she forgot everything. She was not ignorant of the boldness of those men, who did not lower their gaze before even the richest people of the town. What would they do now to her and to her sons, accused of theft? The civil guards are not men, they are civil guards. They do not listen to supplications, and they are accustomed to see tears. Sisa instinctively raised her eyes toward the sky, that sky which smiled with brilliance indescribable, and in whose transparent blue floated some little fleecy clouds. She stopped to control the trembling that had seized her whole body. The soldiers were leaving the house and were alone, as they had arrested nothing more than the hen which Sisa had been fattening. She breathed more freely and took heart again. "How good they are, and what kind hearts they have," she murmured, almost weeping with joy. Had the soldiers burned her house but left her sons at liberty, she would have heaped blessings upon them. She again looked gratefully toward the sky through which a flock of herons, those light clouds in the skies of the Philippines, were cutting their path, and with restored confidence she continued on her way. As she approached those fearful men, she threw her glances in every direction as if unconcerned and pretended not to see her hen, which was cackling for help. Scarcely had she passed them when she wanted to run, but prudence restrained her steps. She had not gone far when she heard herself called by an imperious voice. Shuddering, she pretended not to hear and continued on her way. They called her again, this time with a yell and an insulting epithet. She turned toward them, pale and trembling in spite of herself. One of them beckoned to her. Mechanically, Sisa approached them, her tongue paralyzed with fear and her throat parched. "Tell us the truth, or we'll tie you to that tree and shoot you," said one of them in a threatening tone. The woman stared at the tree. "You're the mother of the thieves, aren't you?" asked the other. "Mother of the thieves," repeated Sisa mechanically. "Where's the money your sons brought you last night?" "Ah, the money?" "Don't deny it or it'll be the worse for you," added the other. "We've come to arrest your sons, and the older has escaped from us. Where have you hidden the younger?" Upon hearing this, Sisa breathed more freely and answered, "Sir, it has been many days since I've seen Crispin. I expected to see him this morning at the convento, but there they only told me—" The 2 soldiers exchanged significant glances. "All right," exclaimed one of them. "Give us the money and we'll leave you alone." "Sir," begged the unfortunate woman, "my sons wouldn't steal even though they were starving, for we are used to that kind of suffering. Basilio didn't bring me a single cuarto. Search the whole house, and if you find even a real, do with us what you will. Not all of us poor folks are thieves." "Well then," ordered the soldier slowly as he fixed his gaze on Sisa's eyes, "come with us. Your sons will show up and try to get rid of the money they stole. Come on." "I go with you?" murmured the woman as she stepped backward and gazed fearfully at their uniforms. "And why not?" "Oh, have pity on me!" she begged, almost on her knees. "I'm very poor, so I've neither gold nor jewels to offer you. The only thing I had you've already taken, and that is the hen which I was thinking of selling. Take everything that you find in the house, but leave me here in peace, leave me here to die." "Go ahead! You've got to go, and if you don't move along willingly, we'll tie you." Sisa broke out into bitter weeping, but those men were inflexible. "At least, let me go ahead of you some distance," she begged, when she felt them take hold of her brutally and push her along. The soldiers seemed to be somewhat affected and, after whispering apart, one of them said, "All right, Since from here until we get into the town you might be able to escape, you'll walk between us. Once there, you may walk ahead 20 paces, but take care that you don't delay and that you don't go into any shop, and don't stop. Go ahead, quickly." Vain were her supplications and arguments, useless her promises. The soldiers said that they had already compromised themselves by having conceded too much. Upon finding herself between them, she felt as if she would die of shame. No one indeed was coming along the road, but how about the air and the light of day? True shame encounters eyes everywhere. She covered her face with her pañuelo and walked along blindly, weeping in silence at her disgrace. She had felt misery and knew what it was to be abandoned by everyone, even her own husband, but until now she had considered herself honored and respected. Up to this time she had looked with compassion on those boldly dressed women whom the town knew as the concubines of the soldiers. Now it seemed to her that she had fallen even a step lower than they in the social scale. The sound of hoofs was heard, proceeding from a small train of men and women mounted on poor nags, each between two baskets hung over the back of his mount. It was a party carrying fish to the interior towns. Some of them, on passing her hut, had often asked for a drink of water and had presented her with some fishes. Now, as they passed her, they seemed to beat and trample upon her, while their compassionate or disdainful looks penetrated through her pañuelo and stung her face. When these travelers had finally passed, she sighed and raised the pañuelo an instant to see how far she still was from the town. There yet remained a few telegraph poles to be passed before reaching the bantayan, or little watch-house, at the entrance to the town. Never had that distance seemed so great to her. Beside the road there grew a leafy bamboo thicket in whose shade she had rested at other times, and where her lover had talked so sweetly as he helped her carry her basket of fruit and vegetables. Alas, all that was past, like a dream. The lover had become her husband and a cabeza de barangay, and then trouble had commenced to knock at her door. As the sun was beginning to shine hotly, the soldiers asked her if she did not want to rest there. "Thanks, no," was the horrified woman's answer. Real terror seized her when they neared the town. She threw her anguished gaze in all directions, but no refuge offered itself, only wide rice fields, a small irrigating ditch, and some stunted trees. There was not a cliff or even a rock upon which she might dash herself to pieces. Now she regretted that she had come so far with the soldiers. She longed for the deep river that flowed by her hut, whose high and rock-strewn banks would have offered such a sweet death. But again, the thought of her sons, especially of Crispin, of whose fate she was still ignorant, lightened the darkness of her night, and she was able to murmur resignedly, Afterwards, we'll go and live in the depths of the forest." Drying her eyes and trying to look calm, she turned to her guards and said in a low voice, with an indefinable accent that was a complaint and a lament, a prayer and a reproach, sorrow condensed into sound, "Now we're in the town." Even the soldiers seemed touched as they answered her with a gesture. She struggled to affect a calm bearing while she went forward quickly. At that moment the church bells began to peal out, announcing the end of the high mass. Sisa hurried her steps so as to avoid, if possible, meeting the people who were coming out, but in vain, for no means offered to escape encountering them. With a bitter smile she saluted two of her acquaintances, who merely turned inquiring glances upon her, so that to avoid further mortification she fixed her gaze on the ground, and yet, strange to say, she stumbled over the stones in the road. Upon seeing her, people paused for a moment and conversed among themselves as they gazed at her, all of which she saw and felt in spite of her downcast eyes. She heard the shameless tones of a woman who asked from behind at the top of her voice, "Where did you catch her? And the money?" It was a woman without a tapis or tunic, dressed in a green and yellow skirt and a camisa of blue gauze, easily recognizable from her costume as a querida of the soldiery. Sisa felt as if she had received a slap in the face, for that woman had exposed her before the crowd. She raised her eyes for a moment to get her fill of scorn and hate, but saw the people far, far away. Yet she felt the chill of their stares and heard their whispers as she moved over the ground almost without knowing that she touched it. This way," a guard called to her. Like an automaton whose mechanism is breaking, she whirled about rapidly on her heels, then without seeing or thinking of anything, ran to hide herself. She made out a door where a sentinel stood and tried to enter it, but a still more imperious voice called her aside. With wavering steps she sought the direction of that voice, then felt herself pushed along by the shoulders. She shut her eyes, took a couple of steps, and, lacking further strength, let herself fall to the ground, first on her knees and then in a sitting posture. Dry and voiceless sobs shook her frame convulsively. Now she was in the barracks among the soldiers, women, hogs, and chickens. Some of the men were sewing at their clothes, while their thighs furnished pillows for their queridas, who were reclining on benches, smoking and gazing wearily at the ceiling. Other women were helping some of the men clean their ornaments and arms, humming doubtful songs the while. "It seems that the chicks have escaped, for you've only brought the old hen," commented one woman to the new arrivals, whether alluding to Sisa or the still clucking hen is not certain. "Yes, the hen is always worth more than the chicks," Sisa herself answered when she observed that the soldiers were silent. "Where's the sergeant?" asked one of the guards in a disgusted tone. "Has report been made to the alferez yet?" A general shrugging of shoulders was his answer, for no one was going to trouble himself inquiring about the fate of a poor woman. There Sisa spent 2 hours in a state of semi-idiocy, huddled in a corner with her head hidden in her arms and her hair falling down in disorder. At noon the alferez was informed, and the first thing that he did was to discredit the curate's accusation. "Bah! Tricks of that rascally friar," he commented as he ordered that the woman be released and that no one should pay any attention to the matter. "If he wants to get back what he's lost, let him ask St. Anthony or complain to the nuncio. Out with her!" Consequently, Sisa was ejected from the barracks almost violently, as she did not try to move herself. Finding herself in the street, she instinctively started to hurry toward her house, with her head bared, her hair disheveled, and her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The sun burned in its zenith, with never a cloud to shade its flashing disk. The wind shook the leaves of the trees lightly along the dry road, while no bird dared to stir from the shade of their branches. At last Sisa reached her hut and entered it in silence. She walked all about it and ran in and out for a time. Then she hurried to old Tasio's house and knocked at the door, but he was not at home. The unhappy woman then returned to her hut and began to call loudly for Basilio and Crispin, stopping every few minutes to listen attentively. Her voice came back in an echo, for the soft murmur of the water in the neighboring river and the rustling of the bamboo leaves were the only sounds that broke the stillness. She called again and again as she climbed the low cliffs or went down into a gully or descended to the river. Her eyes rolled about with a sinister expression, now flashing up with brilliant gleams, now becoming obscured like the sky on a stormy night. It might be said that the light of reason was flickering and about to be extinguished. Again returning to her hut, she sat down on the mat where she had lain the night before. Raising her eyes, she saw a twisted remnant from Basilio's camisa at the end of the bamboo post in the dinding, or wall, that overlooked the precipice. She seized and examined it in the sunlight. There were bloodstains on it, but Sisa hardly saw them, for she went outside and continued to raise and lower it before her eyes to examine it in the burning sunlight. The light was failing and everything beginning to grow dark around her. She gazed wide-eyed and unblinkingly straight at the sun. Still wandering about here and there, crying and wailing, she would have frightened any listener, for her voice now uttered rare notes such as are not often produced in the human throat. In a night of roaring tempest, when the whirling winds beat with invisible wings against the crowding shadows that ride upon it, if you should find yourself in a solitary and ruined building, you would hear moans and sighs which you might suppose to be the soughing of the wind as it beats on the high towers and moldering walls to fill you with terror and make you shudder in spite of yourself. As mournful as those unknown sounds of the dark night when the tempest roars were the accents of that mother. In this condition night came upon her. Perhaps heaven had granted some hours of sleep, while the invisible wing of an angel, brushing over her pallid countenance, might wipe out the sorrows from her memory. Perhaps such suffering was too great for weak human endurance, and Providence had intervened with its sweet remedy, forgetfulness. However that may be, the next day Sisa wandered about smiling, singing, and talking with all the creatures of wood and field. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 22. Lights and Shadows. 3 days have passed since the events narrated, 3 days which the town of San Diego has devoted to making preparations for the fiesta, commenting and murmuring at the same time. While all were enjoying the prospect of the pleasures to come, some spoke ill of the gobernadorcillo, others of the teniente mayor, others of the young men, and there were not lacking those who blamed everybody for everything. There was a great deal of comment on the arrival of Maria Clara, accompanied by her Aunt Isabel. All rejoiced over it because they loved her and admired her beauty, while at the same time they wondered at the change that had come over Padre Salvi. He often becomes inattentive during the holy services, nor does he talk much with us, and he is thinner and more taciturn than usual, commented his penitents. The cook noticed him getting thinner and thinner by minutes and complained of the little honor that was done to his dishes. But that which caused the most comment among the people was the fact that in the convento were to be seen more than 2 lights burning during the evening while Padre Salvi was on a visit to a private dwelling, the home of Maria Clara. The pious women crossed themselves but continued their comments. Ibarra had telegraphed from the capital of the province welcoming Aunt Isabel and her niece, but had failed to explain the reason for his absence. Many thought him a prisoner on account of his treatment of Padre Salvi on the afternoon of All Saints, but the comments reached a climax when, on the evening of the 3rd day, they saw him alight before the home of his fiancée and extend a polite greeting to the priest, who was just entering the same house. Sisa and her sons were forgotten by all. If we should now go into the home of Maria Clara, a beautiful nest set among trees of orange and ilang-ilang, we should surprise the 2 young people at a window overlooking the lake, shadowed by flowers and climbing vines which exhaled a delicate perfume. Their lips murmured words softer than the rustling of the leaves and sweeter than the aromatic odors that floated through the garden. It was the hour when the sirens of the lake take advantage of the fast-falling twilight to show their merry heads above the waves, to gaze upon the setting sun and sing it to rest. It is said that their eyes and hair are blue, and that they are crowned with white and red water plants, that at times the foam reveals their shapely forms, whiter than the foam itself, and that when night descends completely they begin their divine sports, playing mysterious airs like those of Aeolian harps. But let us turn to our young people and listen to the end of their conversation. Ibarra was speaking to Maria Clara. "Tomorrow before daybreak your wish shall be fulfilled. I'll arrange everything tonight so that nothing will be lacking." "Then I'll write to my girlfriends to come, but arrange it so that the curate won't be there." "Why?" "Because he seems to be watching me. His deep, gloomy eyes trouble me, and when he fixes them on me, I'm afraid. When he talks to me, his voice... Oh, he speaks of such odd, such strange, such incomprehensible things. He asked me once if I have ever dreamed of letters from my mother. I really believe that he is half crazy. My friend Sinang and my foster sister Andeng say that he is somewhat touched because he neither eats nor bathes and lives in darkness. See to it that he does not come." "We can't do otherwise than invite him," answered Ibarra thoughtfully. "The customs of the country require it. He is in your house and, besides, he has conducted himself nobly toward me. When the alcalde consulted him about the business of which I've told you, he had only praises for me and didn't try to put the least obstacle in the way. But I see that you're serious about it, so cease worrying, for he won't go in the same boat with us." Light footsteps were heard. It was the curate, who approached with a forced smile on his lips. "The wind is chilly," he said, "and when one catches cold one generally doesn't get rid of it until the hot weather. Aren't you afraid of catching cold?" His voice trembled and his eyes were turned toward the distant horizon, away from the young people. "No, we rather find the night pleasant and the breeze delicious," answered Ibarra. "During these months we have our autumn and our spring. Some leaves fall, but the flowers are always in bloom." Fray Salvi sighed. "I think the union of these two seasons beautiful, with no cold winter intervening," continued Ibarra. "In February the buds on the trees will burst open and in March we'll have the ripe fruit. When the hot months come, we shall go elsewhere." Fray Salvi smiled and began to talk of commonplace things, of the weather, of the town, and of the fiesta. Maria Clara slipped away on some pretext. "Since we are talking of fiestas, allow me to invite you to the one that we are going to celebrate tomorrow. It is to be a picnic in the woods, which we and our friends are going to hold together." "Where will it be held?" "The young women wish to hold it by the brook in the neighboring wood, near to the old balete, so we shall rise early to avoid the sun." The priest thought a moment and then answered, "The invitation is very tempting, and I accept it to prove to you that I hold no rancor against you. But I shall have to go late, after I've attended to my duties. Happy are you who are free, entirely free." A few moments later Ibarra left in order to look after the arrangements for the picnic on the next day. The night was dark, and in the street some one approached and saluted him respectfully. "Who are you?" asked Ibarra. "Sir, you don't know my name," answered the unknown, "but I've been waiting for you 2 days." "For what purpose?" "Because nowhere has any pity been shown me, and they say that I'm an outlaw, sir. But I've lost my 2 sons, my wife is insane, and everyone says that I deserve what has happened to me." Ibarra looked at the man critically as he asked, "What do you want now?" "To beg for your pity upon my wife and sons." "I can't stop now," replied Ibarra. "If you wish to come, you can tell me as we go along what has happened to you." The man thanked him, and the two quickly disappeared in the shadows along the dimly lighted street. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Social Cancer a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 23. Fishing. The stars still glittered in the sapphire arch of heaven, and the birds were still sleeping among the branches, when a merry party, lighted by torches of resin, commonly called huepes, made its way through the streets toward the lake. There were 5 girls who walked along rapidly with hands clasped or arms encircling one another's waists, followed by some old women and by servants who were carrying gracefully on their heads baskets of food and dishes. Looking upon the laughing and hopeful countenances of the young women, and watching the wind blow about their abundant black hair and the white folds of their garments, we might have taken them for goddesses of the night fleeing from the day, did we not know that they were Maria Clara and her 4 friends, the merry Sinang, the grave Victoria, the beautiful Iday, and the thoughtful Neneng of modest and timid beauty. They were conversing in a lively manner, laughing and pinching one another, whispering in one another's ears, and then breaking out into loud laughter. "You'll wake up the people who are still asleep," Aunt Isabel scolded. "When we were young, we didn't make so much disturbance." "Neither would you get up so early, nor would the old folks have been such sleepy heads," retorted little Sinang. They were silent for a short time, then tried to talk in low tones, but soon forgot themselves and again filled the street with their fresh young voices. "Behave as if you were displeased and don't talk to him," Sinang was advising Maria Clara. "Scold him so he won't get into bad habits." "Don't be so exacting," objected Iday. "Be exacting. Don't be foolish. He must be made to obey while he's only engaged, for after he's your husband he'll do as he pleases," counseled little Sinang. "What do you know about that, child?" her cousin Victoria corrected her. "Sst! Keep quiet, for here they come." A group of young men, lighting their way with large bamboo torches, now came up, marching gravely along to the sound of a guitar. "It sounds like a beggar's guitar," laughed Sinang. When the 2 parties met, it was the women who maintained a serious and formal attitude, just as if they had never known how to laugh, while on the other hand, the men talked and laughed, asking 6 questions to get half an answer. "Is the lake calm? Do you think we'll have good weather?" asked the mothers. "Don't be alarmed, ladies, I know how to swim well," answered a tall, thin, emaciated youth. "We ought to have heard mass first," sighed Aunt Isabel, clasping her hands. "There's yet time, ma'am. Albino has been a theological student in his day and can say it in the boat," remarked another youth, pointing to the tall, thin one who had first spoken. The latter, who had a clownish countenance, threw himself into an attitude of contrition, caricaturing Padre Salvi. Ibarra, though he maintained his serious demeanor, also joined in the merriment. When they arrived at the beach, there involuntarily escaped from the women exclamations of surprise and pleasure at the sight of 2 large bancas fastened together and picturesquely adorned with garlands of flowers, leaves, and ruined cotton of many colors. Little paper lanterns hung from an improvised canopy amid flowers and fruits. Comfortable seats with rugs and cushions for the women had been provided by Ibarra. Even the paddles and oars were decorated, while in the most profusely decorated banca were a harp, guitars, accordions, and a trumpet made from a carabao horn. In the other banca, fires burned on the gray calanes for preparing refreshments of tea, coffee, and salabat. "In this boat here the women, and in the other there the men," ordered the mothers upon embarking. "Keep quiet! Don't move about so or we'll be upset." "Cross yourself first," advised Aunt Isabel, setting the example. "Are we to be here all alone?" asked Sinang with a grimace. "Ourselves alone?" This question was opportunely answered by a pinch from her mother. As the boats moved slowly away from the shore, the light of the lanterns was reflected in the calm waters of the lake, while in the eastern sky the first tints of dawn were just beginning to appear. A deep silence reigned over the party after the division established by the mothers, for the young people seemed to have given themselves up to meditation. "Take care," said Albino, the ex-theological student, in a loud tone to another youth. "Keep your foot tight on the plug under you." "What?" "It might come out and let the water in. This banka has a lot of holes in it." "Oh, we're going to sink!" cried the frightened women. "Don't be alarmed, ladies," the ex-theological student reassured them to calm their fears. "The banka you are in is safe. It has only 5 holes in it, and they aren't large." "5 holes! Jesus! Do you want to drown us?" exclaimed the horrified women. "Not more than 5, ladies, and only about so large," the ex-theological student assured them, indicating the circle formed with his index finger and thumb. "Press hard on the plugs so that they won't come out." "Maria Santissima, the water's coming in!" cried an old woman who felt herself already getting wet. There now arose a small tumult. Some screamed, while others thought of jumping into the water. "Press hard on the plugs there," repeated Albino, pointing toward the place where the girls were. "Where? Where? Dios, we don't know how! For pity's sake, come here, for we don't know how!" begged the frightened women. It was accordingly necessary for 5 of the young men to get over into the other banka to calm the terrified mothers. But by some strange chance it seemed that there was danger by the side of each of the dalagas. All the old ladies together did not have a single dangerous hole near them. Still more strange it was that Ibarra had to be seated by the side of Maria Clara, Albino beside Victoria, and so on. Quiet was restored among the solicitous mothers, but not in the circle of the young people. As the water was perfectly still, the fish corrals not far away, and the hour yet early, it was decided to abandon the oars so that all might partake of some refreshment. Dawn had now come, so the lanterns were extinguished. "There's nothing to compare with salabat, drunk in the morning before going to mass," said Capitana Tika, mother of the Merry Sinang. "Drink some salabat and eat a rice cake, Albino, and you'll see that even you will want to pray." "That's what I'm doing," answered the youth addressed. "I'm thinking of confessing myself." "No," said Sinang. "Drink some coffee to bring merry thoughts." "I will at once, because I feel a trifle sad." "Don't do that," advised Aunt Isabel. "Drink some tea and eat a few crackers. They say that tea calms one's thoughts." "I'll also take some tea and crackers," answered the complacent youth, "since fortunately none of these drinks is Catholicism." "But can you—" Victoria began. "Drink some chocolate also?" "Well, I guess so, since breakfast is not so far off." The morning was beautiful. The water began to gleam with the light reflected from the sky with such clearness that every object stood revealed without producing a shadow, a bright, fresh clearness permeated with color, such as we get a hint of in some marine paintings. All were now merry as they breathed in the light breeze that began to arise. Even the mothers, so full of cautions and warnings, now laughed and joked among themselves. "Do you remember?" one old woman was saying to Capitana Tika. "Do you remember the time we went to bathe in the river before we were married? In little boats made from banana stalks there drifted down with the current fruits of many kinds and fragrant flowers. The little boats had banners on them, and each of us could see her name on one of them." "And when we were on our back home," added another without letting her go on, "we found the bamboo bridges destroyed and so we had to wade the brooks. The rascals!" "Yes, I know that I chose rather to let the borders of my skirt get wet than to uncover my feet," said Capitana Tika, "for I knew that in the thickets on the bank there were eyes watching us." Some of the girls who heard these reminiscences winked and smiled, while the others were so occupied with their own conversations that they took no notice. One man alone, he who performed the duty of pilot, remained silent and removed from all the merriment. He was a youth of athletic build and striking features, with large, sad eyes and compressed lips. His black hair, long and unkempt, fell over a stout neck. A dark striped shirt afforded a suggestion through its folds of the powerful muscles that enabled the vigorous arms to handle as if it were a pen the wide and unwieldy paddle which served as a rudder for steering the two bancas. Maria Clara had more than once caught him looking at her, but on such occasions he had quickly turned his gaze toward the distant mountain or the shore. The young woman was moved with pity at his loneliness and offered him some crackers. The pilot gave her a surprised stare, which, however, lasted for only a second. He took a cracker and thanked her briefly in a scarcely audible voice. After this, no one paid any more attention to him. The sallies and merry laughter of the young folks caused not the slightest movement in the muscles of his face. Even the merry Sinang did not make him smile when she received pinchings that caused her to wrinkle up her eyebrows for an instant, only to return to her former merry mood. The lunch over, they proceeded on their way toward the fish corrals, of which there were two situated near each other, both belonging to Capitan Tiago. From afar were to be seen some herons perched in contemplative attitude on the tops of the bamboo posts, while a number of white birds, which the Tagalogs call kalaway, flew about in different directions, skimming the water with their wings and filling the air with shrill cries. At the approach of the bancas the herons took to flight, and Maria Clara followed them with her gaze as they flew in the direction of the neighboring mountain. "Do those birds build their nests on the mountain?" she asked the pilot, not so much from a desire to know as for the purpose of making him talk. "Probably they do, señora," he answered, "but no one up to this time has ever seen their nests." "Don't they have nests?" "I suppose they must have them, otherwise they would be very unfortunate." Maria Clara did not notice the tone of sadness with which he uttered these words. "Then it is said, señora," answered the strange youth, "that the nests of those birds are invisible and that they have the power of rendering invisible anyone who possesses one of them. Just as the soul can only be seen in the pure mirror of the eyes, so also in the mirror of the water alone can their nests be looked upon." Maria Clara became sad and thoughtful. Meanwhile they had reached the first fish corral and an aged boatman tied the craft to a post. "Wait!" called Aunt Isabel to the son of the fisherman, who was getting ready to climb upon the platform of the corral with his panalok, or fish-net, fastened on the end of a stout bamboo pole. "We must get the sinigang ready, so that the fish may pass at once from the water into the soup." "Kind Aunt Isabel!" exclaimed the ex-theological student. "She doesn't want the fish to miss the water for an instant." Andeng, Maria Clara's foster sister, in spite of her carefree and happy face, enjoyed the reputation of being an excellent cook, so she set about preparing a soup of rice and vegetables, helped and hindered by some of the young men, eager, perhaps, to win her favor. The other young women all busied themselves in cutting up and washing the vegetables. In order to divert the impatience of those who were waiting to see the fishes taken alive and wriggling from their prison, the beautiful Iday got out the harp, for Iday not only played well on that instrument, but besides she had very pretty fingers. The young people applauded, and Maria Clara kissed her, for the harp is the most popular instrument in that province and was especially suited to this occasion. "Sing the hymn about marriage," begged the old woman. The men protested, and Victoria, who had a fine voice, complained of hoarseness. The hymn of marriage is a beautiful Tagalog chant in which are set forth the cares and sorrows of the married state, yet not passing over its joys. They then asked Maria Clara to sing, but she protested that all her songs were sad ones. This protest, however, was overruled, so she held back no longer. Taking the harp, she played a short prelude and then sang in a harmonious and vibrating voice full of feeling. Sweet are the hours in one native's land, where all is dear, the sunbeams bless, life-giving breezes sweep the strand, and death is softened by love's caress. Warm kisses play on mother's lips, on her fond tender breast awaking, when round her neck the soft arm slips, and bright eyes smile, all love partaking. Sweet is death for one's native land, where all is dear, the sunbeams bless. Dead is the breeze that sweeps the strand, without a mother, home, or love's caress. The song ceased, the voice died away, the harp became silent, and they still listened. No one applauded. The young women felt their eyes fill with tears, and Ibarra seemed to be unpleasantly affected. The youthful pilot stared motionless into the distance. Suddenly a thundering roar was heard, such that the women screamed and covered their ears. It was the ex-theological student, blowing with all the strength of his lungs on the tambuli, or carabao horn. Laughter and cheerfulness returned, while tear-dimmed eyes brightened. "Are you trying to deafen us, you heretic?" cried Aunt Isabel. "Madam," replied the offender gravely, "I once heard of a poor trumpeter on the banks of the Rhine, who, by playing on his trumpet, won in marriage a rich and noble maiden." "That's right, the trumpeter of Sackingen!" exclaimed Ibarra, unable to resist taking part in the renewed merriment. "Do you hear that?" went on Albino. "Now I want to see if I can't have the same luck." So saying, he began to blow with even more force into the resounding horn, holding it close to the ears of the girls who looked saddest. As might be expected, a small tumult arose, and the mothers finally reduced him to silence by beating him with their slippers and pinching him. "My, oh my!" he complained as he felt of his smarting arms. "What a distance there is between the Philippines and the banks of the Rhine! Oh, tempora! Oh, mores! Some are given honors and others sanbenitos." All laughed at this, even the grave Victoria, while Sinang, she of the smiling eyes, whispered to Maria Clara, "Happy girl! I too would sing if I could." Andeng at length announced that the soup was ready to receive its guests, so the young fisherman climbed up into the pen placed at the narrower end of the corral, over which might be written for the fishes, were they be able to read and understand Italian, "Lasciate ogni speranza voi ci entrante," for no fish that gets in there is ever released except by death. This division of the corral encloses a circular space so arranged that a man can stand on the platform in the upper part and draw the fish out with a small net. "I shouldn't get tired fishing there with a pole and line," commented Sinang, trembling with pleasant anticipation. All were now watching, and some even began to believe that they saw the fishes wriggling about in the net and showing their glittering scales. But when the youth lowered his net, not a fish leaped up. "It must be full," whispered Albino, "for it has been over 5 days now since it was visited." The fisherman drew in his net, but not even a single little fish adorned it. The water, as it fell back in glittering drops reflecting the sunlight, seemed to mock his efforts with a silvery smile. An exclamation of surprise, displeasure, and disappointment escaped from the lips of all. Again the youth repeated the operation, but with no better result. "You don't understand your business," said Albino, climbing up into the pen of the corral and taking the net from the youth's hands. "Now you'll see. Andeng, get the pot ready." But apparently Albino did not understand the business either, for the net again came up empty. All broke out into laughter at him. "Don't make so much noise that the fish can hear and so not let themselves be caught. This net must be torn." But on examination all the meshes of the net appeared to be intact. "Give it to me," said Leon, Idei's sweetheart. He assured himself that the fence was in good condition, examined the net, and, being satisfied with it, asked, "Are you sure that it hasn't been visited for 5 days?" "Very sure. The last time was on the Eve of All Saints." "Well then, either the lake is enchanted, or I'll draw up something." Leon then dropped the pole into the water, and instantly astonishment was pictured on his countenance. Silently he looked off toward the mountain and moved the pole about in the water. Then, without raising it, murmured in a low voice, "A cayman." "A cayman!" repeated everyone, as the word ran from mouth to mouth in the midst of fright and general surprise. "What did you say?" they asked him. "I say that we're caught a cayman," Leon assured them, and as he dropped the heavy end of the pole into the water, he continued, "Don't you hear that sound? That's not sand, but a tough hide, the back of a cayman. Don't you see how the posts shake? He's pushing against them even though he's all rolled up. Wait, he's a big one. His body is almost a foot or more across." "What shall we do?" was the question. "Catch him," prompted someone. "Heavens! And who'll catch him?" No one offered to go down into the trap, for the water was deep. "We ought to tie him to our banka and drag him along in triumph," suggested Sinang. "The idea of his eating the fish that we were going to eat!" "I have never yet seen a live cayman," murmured Maria Clara. The pilot arose, picked up a long rope, and climbed nimbly up on the platform, where Leon made room for him. With the exception of Maria Clara, no one had taken any notice of him, but now all admired his shapely figure. To the great surprise of all, and in spite of their cries, he leaped down into the enclosure. "Take this knife!" called Crisostomo to him, holding out a wide Toledo blade, but already the water was splashing up in 1,000 jets and the depths closed mysteriously. "Jesus Maria and José!" exclaimed the old woman. "We're going to have an accident!" "Don't be uneasy, ladies," said the old boatman, "for if there is anyone in the province who can do it, he is the man." "What's his name?" they asked. "We call him the pilot, and he's the best I've ever seen, only he doesn't like the business." The water became disturbed, then broke into ripples, the fence shook, a struggle seemed to be going on in the depths. All were silent and hardly breathed. Ibarra grasped the handle of the sharp knife convulsively. Now the struggle seemed to be at an end, and the head of the youth appeared to be greeted with joyful cries. The eyes of the old women filled with tears. The pilot climbed up with one end of the rope in his hand, and once on the platform began to pull on it. The monster soon appeared above the water, with the rope tied in a double band around its neck and underneath its front legs. It was a large one, as Leon had said, speckled, and on its back grew the green moss which is to the caimans what gray hairs are to men. Roaring like a bull and beating its tail against or catching hold of the sides of the coral, it opened its huge jaws and showed its long, sharp teeth. The pilot was hoisting it alone, for no one had thought to assist him. Once out of the water and resting on the platform, he placed his foot upon it, and with his strong hands forced its huge jaws together and tried to tie its snout with stout knots. With a last effort the reptile arched its body, struck the floor with its powerful tail, and jerking free, hurled itself with one leap into the water outside the coral, dragging its captor along with it. A cry of horror broke from the lips of all. But like a flash of lightning another body shot into the water, so quickly that there was hardly time to realize that it was Ibarra. Maria Clara did not swoon, only for the reason that the Filipino women do not yet know how to do so. The anxious watchers saw the water become colored and dyed with blood. The young fisherman jumped down with his bolo in his hand and was followed by his father, but they had scarcely disappeared when Crisostomo and the pilot reappeared, clinging to the dead body of the reptile, which had the whole length of its wide belly slit open and the knife still sticking in its throat. To describe the joy were impossible, as a dozen arms reached out to drag the young man from the water. The old women were beside themselves between laughter and prayers. Andeng forgot that her sinigang had boiled over 3 times, spilling the soup and putting out the fire. The only one who could say nothing was Maria Clara. Ibarra was uninjured, while the pilot had only a slight scratch on his arm. "I owe my life to you," said the latter to Ibarra, who was wrapping himself up in blankets and cloths. The pilot's voice seemed to have a note of sadness in it. "You are too daring," answered Ibarra. "Don't tempt fate again." "If you had not come up again," murmured the still pale and trembling Maria Clara. "If I had not come up and you had followed me," replied Ibarra, completing the thought in his own way, "in the bottom of the lake I should still have been with my family." He had not forgotten that there lay the bones of his father. The old women did not want to visit the other corral, but wished to return, saying that the day had begun inauspiciously and that many more accidents might occur. "All because we didn't hear mass," sighed one. "But what accident has befallen us, ladies? The cayman seems to have been the only unlucky one." "All of which proves," concluded the ex-student of theology, "that in all its sinful life this unfortunate reptile has never attended mass. At least I've never seen him among the many other caymans that frequent the church." So the boats were turned in the direction of the other corral, and Andeng had to get her sinigang ready again. The day was now well advanced, with a fresh breeze blowing. The waves curled up behind the body of the cayman, raising mountains of foam whereon the smooth, rich sunlight glitters, as the poet says. The music again resounded. Iday played on the harp, while the men handled the accordions and guitars with greater or less skill. The prize winner was Albino, who actually scratched the instruments, getting out of tune and losing the time every moment, or else forgetting it and changing to another tune entirely different. The second corral was visited with some misgivings, as many expected to find there the mate of the dead cayman, but nature is ever a jester, and the nets came up full at each haul. Aunt Isabel superintended the sorting of the fish and ordered that some be left in the trap for decoys. "It's not lucky to empty the corral completely," she concluded. Then they made their way toward the shore near the forest of old trees that belonged to Ibarra. There in the shade by the clear waters of the brook, among the flowers, they ate their breakfast under improvised canopies. The space was filled with music, while the smoke from the fires curled up in slender wreaths. The water bubbled cheerfully in the hot dishes, as though uttering sounds of consolation, or perchance of sarcasm and irony, to the dead fishes. The body of the cayman writhed about, sometimes showing its torn white belly and again its speckled greenish back, while man, nature's favorite, went on his way undisturbed by what the Brahmins and vegetarians would call so many cases of fratricide. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 24. In the Wood. Early, very early indeed, somewhat differently from his usual custom, Padre Salvi had celebrated Mass and cleansed a dozen sinful souls in a few moments. Then it seemed that the reading of some letters which he had received, firmly sealed and waxed, caused the worthy curate to lose his appetite, since he allowed his chocolate to become completely cold. "The padre is getting sick," commented the cook while preparing another cup. For days he hasn't eaten. Of the 6 dishes that I set before him on the table, he doesn't touch even 2." "It's because he sleeps badly," replied the other servant. "He has nightmares since he changed his bedroom. His eyes are becoming more sunken all the time, and he's getting thinner and yellower day by day." Truly, Padre Salvi was a pitiable sight. He did not care to touch the second cup of chocolate, nor to taste the sweet cakes of Cebu. Instead, he paced thoughtfully about the spacious sala, crumbling in his bony hands the letters, which he read from time to time. Finally, he called for his carriage, got ready, and directed that he be taken to the wood where stood the fateful tree near which the picnic was being held. Arriving at the edge of the wood, the padre dismissed his carriage and made his way alone into its depths. A gloomy pathway opened a difficult passage through the thickets and led to the brook formed by certain warm springs, like many that flow from the slopes of Mr. Makiling. Adorning its banks grow wild flowers, many of which have as yet no Latin names, but which are doubtless well known to the gilded insects and butterflies of all shapes and colors, blue and gold, white and black, many-hued, glittering with iridescent spots, with rubies and emeralds on their wings, and to the countless beetles with their metallic lusters of powdered gold. The hum of the insects, the cries of the cicada which cease not night or day, the songs of the birds, and the dry crashing of the rotten branch that falls and strikes all around against the trees, are the only sounds to break the stillness of that mysterious place. For some time the padre wandered aimlessly among the thick underbrush, avoiding the thorns that caught at his guingón habit as though to detain him, and the roots of the trees that protruded from the soil to form stumbling blocks at every step for this wanderer unaccustomed to such places. But suddenly his feet were arrested by the sound of clear voices raised in merry laughter, seeming to come from the brook and apparently drawing nearer. "I'm going to see if I can find one of those nests," said a beautiful, sweet voice which the curate recognized. "I'd like to see him without having him see me, so I could follow him everywhere." Padre Salvi hid behind the trunk of a large tree and set himself to eavesdrop. "Does that mean that you want to do with him what the curate does with you?" asked a laughing voice. "He watches you everywhere. Be careful, for jealousy makes people thin and puts rings around their eyes." "No, not jealousy. It's pure curiosity," replied the silvery voice, while the laughing one repeated, "Yes, jealousy, jealousy," and she burst out into merry laughter. "If I were jealous, instead of making myself invisible, I'd make him so, in order that no one might see him." "But neither would you see him, and that wouldn't be nice. The best thing for us to do if we find the nest would be to present it to the curate so that he could watch over us without the necessity of our seeing him. Don't you think so?" "I don't believe in those herons' nests," interrupted another voice, "but if at any time I should be jealous, I'd know how to watch and still keep myself hidden." "How? How? Perhaps like a sorescucha?" This reminiscence of school days provoked another merry burst of laughter. "And you know how she's fooled, the sorescucha." From his hiding place, Padre Salvi saw Maria Clara, Victoria, and Sinang wading along the border of the brook. They were moving forward with their eyes fixed on the crystal waters, seeking the enchanted nest of the heron, wet to their knees so that the wide folds of their bathing skirts revealed the graceful curves of their bodies. Their hair was flung loose, their arms bare, and they wore camisas with wide stripes of bright hues. While looking for something that they could not find, they were picking flowers and plants which grew along the bank. The religious Action stood pale and motionless, gazing at that chaste Diana, but his eyes glittered in their dark circles, untired of staring at those white and shapely arms and at that elegant neck and bust, while the small rosy feet that played in the water awoke in his starved being strange sensations, and in his burning brain dreams of new ideas. The three charming figures disappeared behind a bamboo thicket around a bend in the brook, and their cruel allusions ceased to be heard. Intoxicated, staggering, covered with perspiration, Padre Salvi left his hiding-place and looked all about him with rolling eyes. He stood still as if in doubt, then took a few steps as though he would try to follow the girls, but turned again and made his way along the banks of the stream to seek the rest of the party. At a little distance he saw in the middle of the brook a kind of bathing place, well enclosed, decorated with palm leaves, flowers, and streamers, with a leafy clump of bamboo for a covering, from within which came the sound of happy feminine voices. Farther on he saw a bamboo bridge, and beyond it the men bathing. Near these a crowd of servants was busily engaged around improvised kalanes in plucking chickens, washing rice, and roasting a pig. On the opposite bank, in a cleared space, were gathering men and women under a canvas covering, which was fastened partly to the hoary trees and partly to newly driven stakes. There were gathered the alferez, the coadjutor, the gobernadorcillo, the teniente mayor, the schoolmaster, and many other personages of the town, even including Sinang's father, Capitan Basilio, who had been the adversary of the deceased Don Rafael in an old lawsuit. Ibarra had said to him, "We are disputing over a point of law, but that does not mean that we are enemies." So the celebrated orator of the Conservatives had enthusiastically accepted the invitation, sending along 3 turkeys and putting his servants at the young man's disposal. The curate was received with respect and deference by all, even the alferez. "Why, where has your reverence been?" asked the latter as he noticed the curate's scratched face and his habit covered with leaves and dry twigs. "Has your reverence had a fall?" "No, I lost my way," replied Padre Salvi, lowering his gaze to examine his gown. Bottles of lemonade were brought out, and green coconuts were split open so that the bathers as they came from the water might refresh themselves with the milk and the soft meat, whiter than the milk itself. The girls all received in addition rosaries of sampaguitas, intertwined with roses and ilang-ilang blossoms, to perfume their flowing tresses. Some of the company sat on the ground or reclined in hammocks swung from the branches of the trees, while others amused themselves around a wide flat rock, on which were to be seen playing cards, a chessboard, booklets, cowrie shells, and pebbles. They showed the cayman to the curate, but he seemed inattentive until they told him that the gaping wound had been inflicted by Ibarra. The celebrated and unknown pilot was no longer to be seen, as he had disappeared before the arrival of the alferez. At length Maria Clara came from the bath with her companions, looking fresh as a rose on its first morning when the dew sparkling on its fair petals glistens like diamonds. Her first smile was for Crisostomo, and the first cloud on her brow for Padre Salvi, who noted it and sighed. The lunch hour was now come, and the curate, the coadjutor, the gobernadorcillo, the teniente mayor, and the other dignitaries took their seats at the table over which Ibarra presided. The mothers would not permit any of the men to eat at a table where the young women sat. "This time, Albino, you can't invent hole as in the bancas," said Leon to the quondam student of theology. "What? What's that?" asked the old woman. "The bancas, ladies, were as whole as this plate is," explained Leon. "Jesus, the rascal!" exclaimed the smiling Aunt Isabel. "Have you yet learned anything of the criminal who assaulted Padre Damaso?" inquired Fray Salvi of the alferez. "Of what criminal, padre?" asked the military man, staring at the friar over the glass of wine that he was emptying. "What criminal? Why, the one who struck Padre Damaso in the road yesterday afternoon." "Struck Padre Damaso?" asked several voices. The coadjutor seemed to smile, while Padre Salvi went on. Yes, and Padre Damaso is now confined to his bed. It's thought that he may be the very same Elias who threw you into the mud-hole, Señor Alferez. Either from shame or wine, the alferez's face became very red. Of course, I thought, continued Padre Salvi in a joking manner, that you, the alferez of the civil guard, would be informed about the affair. The soldier bit his lip and was murmuring some foolish excuse when the meal was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a pale, thin, poorly clad woman. No one had noticed her approach, for she had come so noiselessly that at night she might have been taken for a ghost. "Give this poor woman something to eat!" cried the old women. "Oi, come here!" Still the strange woman kept on her way to the table where the curate was seated. As he turned his face and recognized her, his knife dropped from his hand. "Give this woman something to eat," ordered Ibarra. "The night is dark and the boys disappear," murmured the wondering woman, but at sight of the alferez who spoke to her, she became frightened and ran away among the trees. "Who is she?" he asked. "An unfortunate woman who has become insane from fear and sorrow," answered Don Filipo. "For 4 days now she has been so." "Is her name Sisa?" asked Ibarra with interest. "Your soldiers arrested her," continued the teniente mayor rather bitterly to the alferez. "They marched her through the town on account of something about her sons which isn't very clearly known." "What?" exclaimed the alferez, turning to the curate. "She isn't the mother of your 2 sacristans?" The curate nodded in affirmation. "They disappeared and nobody made any inquiries about them," added Don Filipo with a severe look at the gobernadorcillo, who dropped his eyes. "Look for that woman," Crisostomo ordered the servants. "I promised to try to learn where her sons are." "They disappeared, did you say?" asked the alferez. "Your sacristans disappeared, padre?" The friar emptied the glass of wine before him and again nodded. "Caramba, padre!" exclaimed the alferez with a sarcastic laugh, pleased at the thought of a little revenge. "A few pesos of your reverences disappear, and my sergeant is routed out early to hunt for them. 2 sacristans disappear, and your reverence says nothing. And you, Señor Capitan, it's also true that you—" Here he broke off with another laugh, as he buried his spoon in the red meat of a wild papaya. The curate, confused and not over intent upon what he was saying, replied, "That's because I have to answer for the money." "A good answer, reverend shepherd of souls," interrupted the alferez with his mouth full of food. "A splendid answer, holy man." Ibarra wished to intervene, but Padre Salvi controlled himself by an effort and said with a forced smile, "Then you don't know, sir, what is said about the disappearance of those boys? No? Then ask your soldiers." "What?" exclaimed the alferez, all his mirth gone. "It is said that on the night they disappeared several shots were heard." "Several shots?" echoed the alferez, looking around at the other guests, who nodded their heads in corroboration of the padre's statement. Padre Salvi then replied slowly and with cutting sarcasm, "Come now, I see that you don't catch the criminals, nor do you know what is going on in your own house, yet you try to set yourself up as a preacher to point out their duties to others. You ought to keep in mind that proverb about the fool in his own house—" "Gentlemen," interrupted Ibarra, seeing that the alferez had grown pale, "in this connection I should like to have your opinion about a project of mine. I'm thinking of putting this crazy woman under the care of a skillful physician, and, in the meantime, with your aid and advice, I'll search for her sons." The return of the servants without the madwoman, whom they had been unable to find, brought peace by turning the conversation to other matters. The meal ended, and while the tea and coffee were being served, both old and young scattered about in different groups. Some took the chessmen, others the cards, while the girls, curious about the future, chose to put questions to a wheel of fortune. "Come on, Señor Ibarra," called Capitan Basilio in a merry mood. "We have a lawsuit 15 years old, and there isn't a judge in the audiencia who can settle it. Let's see if we can't end it on the chessboard." "With the greatest pleasure," replied the youth. "Just wait a moment, the alferez is leaving." Upon hearing about this match, all the old men who understood chess gathered around the board, for it promised to be an interesting one, and attracted even spectators who were not familiar with the game. The old women, however, surrounded the curate in order to converse with him about spiritual matters, but Fray Salvi apparently did not consider the place and time appropriate, for he gave vague answers, and his sad, rather bored looks wandered in all directions except towards his questioners. The chess match began with great solemnity. "If this game ends in a draw, it is understood that the lawsuit is to be dropped," said Ibarra. In the midst of the game Ibarra received a telegram which caused his eyes to shine and his face to become pale. He put it into his pocketbook, at the same time glancing toward the group of young people, who were still with laughter and shouts putting questions to destiny. "Check to the king!" called the youth. Capitan Basilio had no other recourse than to hide the piece behind the queen. "Check to the queen!" called the youth, as he threatened that piece with a rook which was defended by a pawn. Being unable to protect the queen or to withdraw the piece on account of the king behind it, Capitan Basilio asked for time to reflect. "Willingly," agreed Ibarra, "especially as I have something to say this very minute to those young people in that group over there." He arose with the agreement that his opponent should have a quarter of an hour. Iday had the round card on which were written the 48 questions, while Albino held the book of answers. "A lie! It's not so!" cried Sinang, half in tears. "What's the matter?" asked Maria Clara. "Just imagine, I asked, 'When shall I have some sense?' I threw the dice and that worn-out priest read from the book, 'When the frogs raise hair.' What do you think of that?" As she said this, Sinang made a grimace at the laughing ex-theological student. "Who told you to ask that question?" her cousin Victoria asked her. "To ask it is enough to deserve such an answer." "You ask a question," they said to Ibarra, offering him the wheel. "We decided that whoever gets the best answer shall receive a present from the rest. Each of us has already had a question." "Who got the best answer?" "Maria Clara, Maria Clara," replied Sinang. "We made her ask willy-nilly, 'Is your sweetheart faithful and constant?' And the book answered—" But here the blushing Maria Clara put her hands over Sinang's mouth so that she could not finish. "Well, give me the wheel," said Crisostomo, smiling. "My question is, shall I succeed in my present enterprise?" "What an ugly question!" exclaimed Sinang. Ibarra threw the dice, and in accordance with the resulting number, the page and line were sought. "Dreams are dreams," read Albino. Ibarra drew out the telegram and opened it with trembling hands. "This time your book is wrong," he exclaimed joyfully. "Read this: 'School project approved. Suit decided in your favor.'" "What does it mean?" all asked. "Didn't you say that a present is to be given to the one receiving the best answer?" he asked in a voice shaking with emotion as he tore the telegram carefully into 2 pieces. "Yes, yes." "Well then, this is my present," he said as he gave one piece to Maria Clara. "A school for boys and girls is to be built in the town, and this school is my present." "And the other part, what does it mean?" "It's to be given to the one who has received the worst answer." "To me then, to me!" cried Sinang. Ibarra gave her the other piece of the telegram and hastily withdrew. "What does it mean?" she asked, but the happy youth was already at a distance, returning to the game of chess. Fray Salvi, in abstracted mood, approached the circle of young people. Maria Clara wiped away her tears of joy, the laughter ceased, and the talk died away. The curate stared at the young people without offering to say anything, while they silently waited for him to speak. "What's this?" he at length asked, picking up the book and turning its leaves. "The Wheel of Fortune, a book of games," replied Leon. "Don't you know that it's a sin to believe in these things?" he scolded, tearing the leaves out angrily. Cries of surprise and anger escaped from the lips of all. "It's a greater sin to dispose of what isn't yours, against the wish of the owner," contradicted Albino, rising. "Padre, that's what is called stealing, and it is forbidden by God and men." Maria Clara clasped her hands and gazed with tearful eyes at the remnants of the book, which a few moments before had been the source of so much happiness for her. Contrary to the general expectation, Fray Salvi did not reply to Albino, but stood staring at the torn leaves as they were whirled about, some falling in the wood, some in the water. Then he staggered away with his hands over his head. He stopped for a few moments to speak with Ibarra, who accompanied him to one of the carriages, which were at the disposal of the guests. "He's doing well to leave that killjoy," murmured Sinang. "He has a face that seems to say, 'Don't laugh, for I know about your sins.'" After making the present to his fiancée, Ibarra was so happy that he began to play without reflection or a careful examination of the positions of the pieces. The result was that although Capitan Basilio was hard pressed, the game became a stalemate, owing to many careless moves on the young man's part. "It's settled! We're at peace!" exclaimed Capitan Basilio heartily. "Yes, we're at peace," repeated the youth, "whatever the decision of the court may be." And the two shook hands cordially. While all present were rejoicing over this happy termination of a quarrel of which both parties were tired, the sudden arrival of a sergeant and 4 soldiers of the civil guard, all armed and with bayonets fixed, disturbed the mirth and caused fright among the women. "Keep still, everybody!" shouted the sergeant. "Shoot anyone who moves!" In spite of this blustering command, Ibarra arose and approached the sergeant. "What do you want?" he asked. "That you deliver to us at once a criminal named Elias, who was your pilot this morning," was the threatening reply. "A criminal? The pilot? You must be mistaken," answered Ibarra. "No, sir. This Elias has just been accused of putting his hand on a priest." "Oh, was that the pilot?" "The very same, according to reports. You admit persons of bad character into your fiestas, Señor Ibarra." Ibarra looked him over from head to foot and replied with great disdain, "I don't have to give you an account of my actions. At our fiestas all are welcome. Had you yourself come, you would have found a place at our table, just as did your alferez, who was with us a couple of hours ago." With this he turned his back. The sergeant gnawed at the ends of his mustache, but, considering himself the weaker party, ordered the soldiers to institute a search, especially among the trees, for the pilot, a description of whom he carried on a piece of paper. Don Filipo said to him, "Notice that this description fits 9/10 of the natives. Don't make any false move." After a time the soldiers returned with the report that they had been unable to see either banka or man that could be called suspicious looking, so the sergeant muttered a few words and went away as he had come, in the manner of the civil guard. The merriment was little by little restored, amid questions and comments. "So that's the Elias who threw the alferez into the mud hole," said Leon thoughtfully. "How did that happen? How was it?" asked some of the more curious. "They say that on a very rainy day in September the alferez met a man who was carrying a bundle of firewood. The road was very muddy, and there was only a narrow path at the side, wide enough for but one person. They say that the alferez, instead of reining in his pony, put spurs to it, at the same time calling to the man to get out of the way. It seemed that this man, on account of the heavy load he was carrying on his shoulder, had little relish for going back, nor did he want to be swallowed up in the mud, so he continued on his way forward. The alferez, in irritation, tried to knock him down, but he snatched a piece of wood from his bundle and struck the pony on the head with such great force that it fell, throwing its rider into the mud. They also say that the man went on his way tranquilly without taking any notice of the 5 bullets that were fired after him by the alferez, who was blind with mud and rage. As the man was entirely unknown to him, it was supposed that he might be the famous Elias, who came to the province several months ago, having come from no one knows where. He has given the civil guard cause to know him in several towns for similar actions. "Then he's a tulisan?" asked Victoria, shuddering. "I don't think so, for they say that he fought against some tulisanes one day when they were robbing a house." "He hasn't the look of a criminal," commented Sinang. "No, but he looks very sad. I didn't see him smile the whole morning," added Maria Clara thoughtfully. So the afternoon passed away, and the hour for returning to the town came. Under the last rays of the setting sun they left the woods, passing in silence by the mysterious tomb of Ibarra's ancestors. Afterwards the merry talk was resumed in a lively manner, full of warmth, beneath those branches so little accustomed to hear so many voices. The trees seemed sad, while the vines swung back and forth as if to say, "Farewell, youth! Farewell, dream of a day!" Now in the light of the great red torches of bamboo and with the sound of the guitars let us leave them on the road to the town. The groups grow smaller, the lights are extinguished, the songs die away and the guitar becomes silent as they approach the abodes of men. Put on the mask, now that you are once more amongst your kind. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in December 2011. Chapter 25. In the House of the Sage. On the morning of the following day, Ibarra, after visiting his lands, made his way to the home of old Tasio. Complete stillness reigned in the garden, for even the swallows circling about the eaves scarcely made any noise. Moss grew on the old wall, over which a kind of ivy clambered to form borders around the windows. The little house seemed to be the abode of silence. Ibarra hitched his horse carefully to a post and walking almost on tiptoe, crossed the clean and well-kept garden to the stairway, which he ascended, and as the door was open, he entered. The first sight that met his gaze was the old man bent over a book in which he seemed to be writing. On the walls were collections of insects and plants arranged among maps and stands filled with books and manuscripts. The old man was so absorbed in his work that he did not notice the presence of the youth until the latter, not wishing to disturb him, tried to retire. "Ah, you here?" he asked, gazing at Ibarra with a strange expression. "Excuse me," answered the youth. "I see that you're very busy." "True, I was writing a little, but it's not urgent, and I want to rest. Can I do anything for you?" "A great deal," answered Ibarra, drawing nearer, "but—" A glance at the book on the table caused him to exclaim in surprise, "What, are you given to deciphering hieroglyphics?" "No," replied the old man as he offered his visitor a chair. "I don't understand Egyptian or Coptic either, but I know something about the system of writing, so I write in hieroglyphics." "You write in hieroglyphics? Why?" exclaimed the youth, doubting what he saw and heard.
So that I cannot be read now.
Ibarra gazed at him fixedly, wondering to himself if the old man were not indeed crazy. He examined the book rapidly to learn if he was telling the truth, and saw neatly drawn figures of animals, circles, semicircles, flowers, feet, hands, arms, and such things. "But why do you write if you don't want to be read?"
Because I'm not writing for this generation, but for other ages. If this generation could read, it would burn my books, the labor of my whole life. But the generation that deciphers these characters will be an intelligent generation. It will understand and say, "Not all were asleep in the night of our ancestors." The mystery of these curious characters will save my work from the ignorance of men, just as the mystery of strange rites has saved many truths from the destructive priestly classes.
"In what language do you write?" asked Ibarra after a pause.
"In our own, Tagalog."
"Are the hieroglyphical signs suitable?"
"If it were not for the difficulty of drawing them, which takes time and patience, I would almost say that they are more suitable than the Latin alphabet. The ancient Egyptian had our vowels, our O, which is only final and is not like that of the Spanish, which is a vowel between O and U. Like us, the Egyptians lack the true sound of E, and in their language are found our Ha and our Ka, which we do not have in the Latin alphabet, such as is used in Spanish. For example, in this word, mukha," he went on, pointing to the book, "I transcribe the syllable ha more correctly with the figure of a fish than with the Latin H, which in Europe is pronounced in different ways. For a weaker aspirate, as for example in this word hain, where the H has less force, I avail myself to this lion's head or of these 3 lotus flowers, according to the quantity of the vowel. Besides, I have the nasal sound, which does not exist in the Latin-Spanish alphabet. I repeat that if it were not for the difficulty of drawing them exactly, these hieroglyphics could almost be adopted, but the same difficulty obliges me to be concise and not say more than what is exact and necessary. Moreover, this work keeps me company when my guests from China and Japan go away."
"Your guests from China and Japan?"
"Don't you hear them? My guests are the swallows. This year one of them is missing. Some bad boy in China or Japan must have caught it."
"How do you know that they come from those countries?"
"Easily enough. Several years ago, before they left, I tied to the foot of each one a slip of paper with the name Philippines in English on it, supposing that they must not travel very far, and because English is understood nearly everywhere. For years my slips brought no reply, so that at last I had it written in Chinese, and here in the following November they have returned with other notes which I have had deciphered. One is written in Chinese and is a greeting from the banks of the Huangho, and the other, as the Chinaman whom I consulted supposes, must be in Japanese. But I'm taking your time with these things and haven't asked you what I can do for you."
"I've come to speak to you about a matter of importance," said the youth. "Yesterday afternoon—"
"Have they caught that poor fellow?"
"You mean Elias? How did you know about him?"
"I saw the Muse of the Civil Guard."
"The Muse of the Civil Guard? Who is she?"
"The alferez's woman, whom you didn't invite to your picnic. Yesterday morning the incident of the cayman became known through the town. The Muse of the Civil Guard is as astute as she is malignant, and she guessed that the pilot must be the bold person who threw her husband into the mud-hole and who assaulted Padre Damaso. As she reads all the reports that her husband is to receive, scarcely had she got back home, drunk and not knowing what he was doing, when to revenge herself on you, she sent the sergeant with the soldiers to disturb the merriment of your picnic. Be careful. Eve was a good woman, sprung from the hands of God. They say that Doña Consolacion is evil, and it's not known whose hands she came from. In order to be good, a woman needs to have been, at least sometime, either a maid or a mother."
Ibarra smiled slightly and replied by taking some documents from his pocketbook. My dead father used to consult you in some things, and I recall that he had only to congratulate himself on following your advice. I have on hand a little enterprise, the success of which I must ensure." Here he explained briefly his plan for the school, which he had offered to his fiancée, spreading out in view of the astonished sage some plans which had been prepared in Manila. "I would like to have you advise me as to what persons in the town I must first win over in order to assure the success of the undertaking. You know the inhabitants well, while I have just arrived and am almost a stranger in my own country." Old Tasio exclaimed the plans before him with tear-dimmed eyes. "What you are going to do has been my dream, the dream of a poor lunatic," he exclaimed with emotion. "And now the first thing that I advise you to do is never to come to consult with me." The youth gazed at him in surprise. "Because the sensible people," he continued with bitter irony, "would take you for a madman also. The people consider madmen those who do not think as they do, so they hold me as such, which I appreciate, because the day in which they think me returned to sanity, they will deprive me of the little liberty that I've purchased at the expense of the reputation of being a sane individual. And who knows but they are right? I do not live according to their rules, my principles and ideals are different. The gobernadorcillo enjoys among them the reputation of being a wise man, because he learned nothing more than to serve chocolate and to put up with Padre Damaso's bad humor. So now he is wealthy, he disturbs the petty destinies of his fellow townsmen, and at times he even talks of justice. That's a man of talent, think the vulgar. Look how from nothing he has made himself great. But I inherited fortune and position, I have studied, and now I am poor, I am not trusted with the most ridiculous office, and all say, 'He's a fool, he doesn't know how to live.' The curate calls me philosopher as a nickname and gives to understand that I am a charlatan who is making a show of what I learned in the higher schools, when that is exactly what benefits me the least. Perhaps I really am the fool, and they the wise ones. Who can say?" The old man shook his head as if to drive away that thought, and continued. "The second thing I can advise is that you consult the curate, the gobernadorcillo, and all persons in authority. They will give you bad, stupid, or useless advice, but consultation doesn't mean compliance, although you should make it appear that you are taking their advice and acting according to it." Ibarra reflected a moment before he replied, "The advice is good, but difficult to follow. Couldn't I go ahead with my idea without the shadow being thrown upon it? Couldn't the worthy enterprise make its way over everything, since truth doesn't need to borrow garments from error?" "Nobody loves the naked truth," answered the old man. "That is good in theory and practicable in the world of which youth dreams. Here is the schoolmaster who has struggled in a vacuum. With the enthusiasm of a child he has sought the good, yet he has won only jests and laughter. You have said that you are a stranger in your own country, and I believe it. The very first day you arrived, you began by wounding the vanity of a priest who is regarded by the people as a saint and as a sage among his fellows. God grant that such a misstep may not have already determined your future. Because the Dominicans and Augustinians look with disdain on the guingón habit, the rope girdle, and the immodest footwear, because a learned doctor in Santo Tomas may have once recalled that Pope Innocent III described the statutes of that order as more fit for hogs than men, don't believe but that all of them work hand in hand to affirm what a preacher once said: the most insignificant lay brother can do more than the government with all its soldiers. Cavene caras. Gold is powerful. The golden calf has thrown God down from his altars many times, and that too since the days of Moses." "I'm not so pessimistic, nor does life appear to me so perilous in my country," said Ibarra with a smile. I believe that those fears are somewhat exaggerated, and I hope to be able to carry out my plans without meeting any great opposition in that quarter."
"Yes, if they extend their hands to you. No, if they withhold them. All your efforts will be shattered against the walls of the rectory if the friar so much as waves his girdle or shakes his habit. Tomorrow the alcalde will on some pretext deny you what today he has granted. No mother will allow her son to attend the school, and then all your labors will produce a counter-effect. They will dishearten those who afterwards may wish to attempt altruistic undertakings."
"But after all," replied the youth, "I can't believe in that power of which you speak, and even supposing it to exist and making allowance for it, I should still have on my side the sensible people and the government, which is animated by the best intentions, which has great hopes, and which frankly desires the welfare of the Philippines."
The government," muttered the sage, raising his eyes to stare at the ceiling. "However inspired it may be with the desire for fostering the greatness of the country, for the benefit of the country itself and of the mother country, however some official or other may recall the generous spirit of the Catholic kings and may agree with it, too, the government sees nothing, hears nothing, nor does it decide anything, except what the curate or the provincial causes it to see, hear, and decide. The government is convinced that it depends for its salvation wholly on them, that it is sustained because they uphold it, and that the day on which they cease to support it, it will fall like a manikin that has lost its prop. They intimidate the government with an uprising of the people, and the people with the forces of the government, whence originates a simple game, very much like what happens to timid persons when they visit gloomy places, taking for ghosts their own shadows and for strange voices the echoes of their own. As long as the government does not deal directly with the country, it will not get away from this tutelage. It will live like those imbecile youths who tremble at the voice of their tutor, whose kindness they are begging for. The government has no dream of a healthy future. It is the arm, while the head is the convento. By this inertia with which it allows itself to be dragged from depth to depth, it becomes changed into a shadow. Its integrity is impaired, and in a weak and incapable way it trusts everything to mercenary hands. But compare our system of government with those of the countries you have visited. Oh, interrupted Ibarra, that's asking too much. Let us content ourselves with observing that our people do not complain or suffer as do the people of other countries, thanks to religion and the benignity of governing powers. This people does not complain because it has no voice, it does not move because it is lethargic, and you say that it does not suffer because you haven't seen how its heart bleeds. But someday you will see this, you will hear its complaints, and then woe unto those who found their strength on ignorance and fanaticism. Woe unto those who rejoice in deceit and labor during the night, believing that all are asleep. When the light of day shows up the monsters of darkness, the frightful reaction will come. So many sighs suppressed, so many poison distilled drop by drop, so much force repressed for centuries, will come to light and burst. Who then will pay those accounts which oppressed peoples present from time to time, and which history preserves for us on her bloody pages? God, the government, and religion will not allow that day to come, replied Ibarra, impressed in spite of himself. The Philippines is religious and loves Spain. The Philippines will realize how much the nation is doing for her. There are abuses, yes, there are defects, that cannot be denied, but Spain is laboring to introduce reforms that will correct these abuses and defects. She is formulating plans, she is not selfish. I know it, and that is the worst of it. The reforms which emanate from the higher places are annulled in the lower circles, thanks to the vices of all. Thanks, for instance, to the eager desire to get rich in a short time, and to the ignorance of the people, who consent to everything. A royal decree does not correct abuses when there is no zealous authority to watch over its execution, while freedom of speech against the insolence of petty tyrants is not conceded. Plans will remain plans, abuses will still be abuses, and the satisfied ministry will sleep in peace in spite of everything. Moreover, if perchance there does come into a high place a person with great and generous ideas, he will begin to hear, while behind his back he is considered a fool, "Your Excellency does not know the country. Your Excellency does not understand the character of the Indians. Your Excellency is going to ruin them. Your Excellency will do well to trust so and so." And His Excellency in fact does not know the country, for he has been until now stationed in America. And besides that, he has all the shortcomings and weaknesses of other men, so he allows himself to be convinced. His Excellency also remembers that to secure the appointment he has had to sweat much and suffer more, that he holds it for only 3 years, that he is getting old and that it is necessary to think, not of Quixotisms, but of the future. A modest mansion in Madrid, a cozy house in the country, and a good income in order to live in luxury at the capital. These are what he must look for in the Philippines. Let us not ask for miracles. Let us not ask that he who comes as an outsider to make his fortune and go away afterwards should interest himself in the welfare of the country. What matters to him the gratitude or the curses of a people whom he does not know, in a country where he has no associations, where he has no affections? Fame to be sweet must resound in the ears of those we love, in the atmosphere of our home or of the land that will guard our ashes. We wish that fame should hover over our tomb to warm with its breath the chill of death, so that we may not be completely reduced to nothingness, that something of us may survive. Naught of this can we offer to those who come to watch over our destinies. And the worst of all this is that they go away just when they are beginning to get an understanding of their duties. But we are getting away from our subject. "But before getting back to it, I must make some things plain," interrupted the youth eagerly. "I can admit that the government does not know the people, but I believe that the people know the government even less. There are useless officials, bad ones if you wish, but there are also good ones, and if these are unable to do anything, it is because they meet with an inert mass, the people, who take little part in the affairs that concern them. But I didn't come to hold a discussion with you on that point. I came to ask for advice, and you tell me to lower my head before grotesque idols." "Yes, I repeat it, because here you must either lower your head or lose it." "Either lower my head or lose it," repeated Ibarra thoughtfully. "The dilemma is hard. But why? Is love for my country incompatible with love for Spain? Is it necessary to debase oneself to be a good Christian, to prostitute one's conscience in order to carry out a good purpose? I love my native land, the Philippines, because to it I owe my life and my happiness, because every man should love his country. I love Spain, the fatherland of my ancestors, because in spite of everything the Philippines owes to it, and will continue to owe, her happiness and her future. I am a Catholic, I preserve pure the faith of my fathers, and I do not see why I have to lower my head when I can raise it, to give it over to my enemies when I can humble them." "Because the field in which you wish to sow is in possession of your enemies, and against them you are powerless. It is necessary that you first kiss the hand that—" But the youth let him go no farther, exclaiming passionately, "Kiss their hands! You forget that among them they killed my father and threw his body from the tomb. I, who am his son, do not forget it, and that I do not avenge it is because I have regard for the good name of the Church." The old sage bowed his head as he answered slowly, "Señor Ibarra, if you preserve those memories, which I cannot counsel you to forget, abandon the enterprise you are undertaking and seek in some other way the welfare of your countrymen. The enterprise needs another man, because to make it a success, zeal and money alone are not sufficient. In our country are required also self-denial, tenacity of purpose, and faith, for the soil is not ready, it is only sown with discord." Ibarra appreciated the value of these observations, but still would not be discouraged. The thought of Maria Clara was in his mind, and his promise must be fulfilled. "Doesn't your experience suggest any other than this hard means?" he asked in a low voice. The old man took him by the arm and led him to the window. A fresh breeze, the precursor of the north wind, was blowing, and before their eyes spread out the garden bounded by the wide forest that was a kind of park. "Why can we not do as that weak stalk laden with flowers and buds does?" asked the sage, pointing to a beautiful jasmine plant. "The wind blows and shakes it, and it bows its head as if to hide its precious load. If the stalk should hold itself erect, it would be broken, its flowers would be scattered by the wind, and its buds would be blighted. The wind passes by, and the stalk raises itself erect, proud of its treasure, yet who will blame it for having bowed before necessity? There you see that gigantic kupang, which majestically waves its light foliage wherein the eagle builds his nest. I brought it from the forest as a weak sapling and braced its stem for months with slender pieces of bamboo. If I had transplanted it large and full of life, it is certain that it would not have lived here, for the wind would have thrown it down before its roots could have fixed themselves in the soil, before it could have become accustomed to its surroundings, and before it could have secured sufficient nourishment for its size and height. So you, transplanted from Europe to this stony soil, may end if you do not seek support and do not humble yourself. You are among evil conditions, alone, elevated, the ground shakes, the sky presages a storm, and the top of your family tree has shown that it draws the thunderbolt. It is not courage, but foolhardiness to fight alone against all that exists. No one censures the pilot who makes for a port at the first gust of the whirlwind. To stoop as the bullet passes is not cowardly, it is worse to defy it only to fall, never to rise again. But could this sacrifice produce the fruit that I hope for? Asked Ibarra. Would the priest believe in me and forget the affront? Would they aid me frankly in behalf of the education that contests with the conventos the wealth of the country? Can they not pretend friendship, make a show of protection, and yet underneath in the shadows fight it, undermine it, wound it in the heel, in order to weaken it quicker than by attacking it in front? Granted the previous actions which you surmise, anything may be expected. The old man remained silent from inability to answer these questions. After meditating for some time, he said, "If such should happen, if the enterprise should fail, you would be consoled by the thought that you had done what was expected of you, and thus something would be gained. You would have placed the first stone, you would have sown the seed, and after the storm had spent itself, perhaps some grain would have survived the catastrophe to grow and save the species from destruction, and to serve afterwards as the seed for the sons of the dead sower. The example may encourage others who are only afraid to begin." Weighing these reasons, Ibarra realized the situation and saw that with all the old man's pessimism there was a great deal of truth in what he said. "I believe you," he exclaimed, pressing the old man's hand. "Not in vain have I looked to you for advice. This very day I'll go and reach an understanding with the curate, who, after all is said, has done me no wrong and who must be good, since all of them are not like the persecutor of my father. I have besides to interest him in behalf of that unfortunate madwoman and her sons. I put my trust in God and men." After taking leave of the old man, he mounted his horse and rode away. As the pessimistic sage followed him with his gaze, he muttered, Now let's watch how destiny will unfold the drama that began in the cemetery." But for once he was greatly mistaken. The drama had begun long before. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 26. The Eve of the Fiesta. It is now the 10th of November, the eve of the fiesta. Emerging from its habitual monotony, the town has given itself over to unwonted activity in house, church, cockpit, and field. Windows are covered with banners and many-hued draperies. All space is filled with noise and music, and the air is saturated with rejoicings. On little tables with embroidered covers, the dalagas arrange in bright-hued glass dishes different kinds of sweetmeats made from native fruits. In the yards the hens cackle, the cocks crow, and the hogs grunt, all terrified by this merriment of man. Servants move in and out carrying fancy dishes and silver cutlery. Here there is a quarrel over a broken plate, there they laugh at the simple country girl. Everywhere there is ordering, whispering, shouting. Comments and conjectures are made, one hurries the other, all is commotion, noise, and confusion. All this effort and all this toil are for the stranger as well as the acquaintance, to entertain everyone, whether he has been seen before or not, or whether he is expected to be seen again, in order that the casual visitor, the foreigner, friend, enemy, Filipino, Spaniard, the poor and the rich, may go away happy and contented. No gratitude is even asked of them, nor is it expected that they do no damage to the hospitable family either during or after digestion. The rich, those who have ever been to Manila and have seen a little more than their neighbors, have bought beer, champagne, liqueurs, wines, and foodstuffs from Europe, of which they will hardly taste a bite or drink a drop. Their tables are luxuriously furnished. In the center is a well-modeled artificial pineapple, in which are arranged toothpicks elaborately carved by convicts in their rest hours. Here they have designed a fan, there a bouquet of flowers, a bird, a rose, a palm leaf, or a chain, all wrought from a single piece of wood, the artisan being a forced laborer, the tool a dull knife, and the taskmaster's voice the inspiration. Around this toothpick holder are placed glass fruit trays, from which rise pyramids of oranges, lansons, dates, chicos, and even mangoes, in spite of the fact that it is November. On wide platters upon bright-hued sheets of perforated paper are to be seen hams from Europe and China, stuffed turkeys, and a big pastry in the shape of an Agnus Dei or a dove, the Holy Ghost perhaps. Among all these are jars of appetizing acharas with fanciful decorations made from the flowers of the areca palm and other fruits and vegetables, all tastefully cut and fastened with syrup to the sides of the flasks. Glass lamp globes that have been handed down from father to son are cleaned, the copper ornaments polished, the kerosene lamps taken out of the red wrappings which have protected them from the flies and mosquitoes during the year and which have made them unserviceable. The prismatic glass pendants shake to and fro, they clink together harmoniously in song, and even seem to take part in the fiesta as they flash back and break up the rays of light, reflecting them on the white walls in all the colors of the rainbow. The children play about amusing themselves by chasing the colors, they stumble and break the globes, but this does not interfere with the general merriment, although at other times in the year the tears in their round eyes would be taken account of in a different way. Along with these venerated lamps there also come forth from their hiding places the work of the girls, crocheted scarfs, rugs, artificial flowers.
There appear old glass trays, on the bottoms of which are sketched miniature lakes with little fishes, caimans, shellfish, seaweeds, coral, and glassy stones of brilliant hues. These are heaped with cigars, cigarettes, and diminutive buyos prepared by the delicate fingers of the maidens. The floor of the house shines like a mirror, curtains of piña and husi festoon the doorways, from the windows hang lanterns covered with glass or with paper, pink, blue, green, or red. The house itself is filled with plants and flower pots on stands of Chinese porcelain. Even the saints bedeck themselves, the images and relics put on a festive air, the dust is brushed from them, and on the freshly watered glass of their cases are hung flowery garlands. In the streets are raised at intervals fanciful bamboo arches, known as singkaban, constructed in various ways and adorned with kaluskus, the curling bunches of shavings scraped on their sides, at the sight of which alone the hearts of the children rejoice. About the front of the church, where the procession is to pass, is a large and costly canopy upheld on bamboo posts. Beneath this the children run and play, climbing, jumping, and tearing the new camisas in which they should shine on the principal day of the fiesta. There on the plaza a platform has been erected, the scenery being of bamboo, nipa, and wood. There the Tondo comedians will perform wonders and compete with the gods in improbable miracles. There will sing and dance Marianito, Chananay, Balbino, Ratia, Carvajal, Yeying, Liceria, etc. The Filipino enjoys the theater and is a deeply interested spectator of dramatic representations, but he listens in silence to the song, he gazes delighted at the dancing and mimicry, he never hisses or applauds. If the show is not to his liking, he chews his buyo or withdraws without disturbing the others who perhaps find pleasure in it. Only at times the commoner sort will howl when the actors embrace or kiss the actresses, but they never go beyond that. Formerly, dramas only were played. The local poet composed a piece in which there must necessarily be a fight every second minute, a clown, and terrifying transformations. But since the Tondo artists have begun to fight every 15 seconds, with 2 clowns, and even greater marvels than before, they have put to rout their provincial compeers. The gobernadorcillo was very fond of this sort of thing, so, with the approval of the curate, he chose a spectacle with magic and fireworks, entitled The Prince Villardo, or the Captives Rescued from the Infamous Cave. From time to time the bells chime out merrily, those same bells that 10 days ago were tolling so mournfully. Pinwheels and mortars rend the air, for the Filipino pyrotechnist who learned the art from no known instructor displays his ability by preparing fireballs, castles of Bengal lights, paper balloons inflated with hot air, bombs, rockets, and the like. Now distant strains of music are heard, and the small boys rush headlong toward the outskirts of the town to meet the bands of music, 5 of which have been engaged, as well as 3 orchestras. The band of Pagsahan, belonging to the escribano, must not be lacking, nor that of San Pedro de Tunasan, at that time famous because it was directed by the Maestro Austria, the vagabond Corporal Mariano, who, according to report, carried fame and harmony in the tip of his baton. Musicians praise his funeral march, El Sauce, and deplore his lack of musical education, since with his genius he might have brought glory to his country. The bands entered the town, playing lively airs, followed by ragged or half-naked urchins, one in the camisa of his brother, another in his father's pantaloons. As soon as the band ceases, the boys know the piece by heart. They hum and whistle it with rare skill. They pronounce their judgment upon it. Meanwhile, there are arriving in conveyances of all kinds, relatives, friends, strangers, the gamblers with their best gamecocks and their bags of gold, ready to risk their fortune on the green cloth or within the arena of the cockpit. The alferez has 50 pesos for each night," murmurs a small, chubby individual into the ears of the latest arrivals. "Capitan Tiago's coming and will set up a bank. Capitan Joaquin's bringing 18,000. There'll be Liam Po. Carlos the Chinaman will set it up with 10,000. Big stakes are coming from Tanaban, Lipa, and Batangas, as well as from Santa Cruz. It's going to be on a big scale, yes, sir, on a grand scale. But have some chocolate. This year Capitan Tiago won't break us as he did last, since he's paid for only 3 Thanksgiving masses, and I've got the cacao mutia. And how's your family?" "Well, thank you," the visitors respond. "And Padre Damaso?" "Padre Damaso will preach in the morning and sit in with us at night." "Good enough. Then there's no danger." "Sure, we're sure. Carlos the Chinaman will loosen up also." Here the chubby individual works his fingers as though counting out pieces of money. Outside the town the hill folk, the kasama, are putting on their best clothes to carry to the houses of their landlords well-fattened chickens, wild pigs, deer, and birds. Some load firewood on the heavy carts, others fruits, ferns, and orchids, the rarest that grow in the forests. Others bring broad-leaved caladiums and flame-colored ticas blossoms to decorate the doors of the houses. But the place where the greatest activity reigns, where it is converted into a tumult, is there on a little plot of raised ground a few steps from Ibarra's house. Pulleys screech and yells are heard amid the metallic sound of iron striking upon stone, hammers upon nails, of axes chopping out posts. A crowd of laborers is digging in the earth to open a wide, deep trench, while others place in line the stones taken from the town quarries. Carts are unloaded, piles of sand are heaped up, windlasses and derricks are set in place. "Hey, you there! Hurry up!" cries a little old man with lively and intelligent features, who has for a cane a copper-bound rule around which is wound the cord of a plumb bob. This is the foreman of the work, Nor Juan, architect, mason, carpenter, painter, locksmith, stone-cutter, and, on occasions, sculptor. "It must be finished right now. Tomorrow there'll be no work and the day after tomorrow is the ceremony. Hurry! Cut that hole so that the cylinder will fit it exactly," he says to some masons who are shaping a large square block of stone. "Within that our names will be preserved." He repeats to every newcomer who approaches the place what he has already said 1,000 times. "You know what we're going to build? Well, it's a schoolhouse, a model of its kind, like those in Germany, and even better. A great architect has drawn the plans, and I am bossing the job. Yes, sir, look at it, it's going to be a palace with 2 wings, one for the boys and the other for the girls. Here in the middle a big garden with 3 fountains. There on the sides shaded walks with little plots for the children to sow and cultivate plants in during their recess time, that they may improve the hours and not waste them. Look how deep the foundations are, 3 meters and 75 centimeters. This building is going to have storerooms, cellars, and for those who are not diligent students, dungeons near the playgrounds, so that the culprits may hear how the studious children are enjoying themselves. Do you see that big space? That will be a lawn for running and exercising in the open air. The little girls will have a garden with benches, swings, walks where they can jump the rope, fountains, bird cages, and so on. It's going to be magnificent." Then Nor Juan would rub his hands together as he thought of the fame that he was going to acquire. Strangers would come to see it and would ask, "Who was the great artisan that built this?" And all would answer, "Don't you know? Can it be that you've never heard of Nor Juan? Undoubtedly you've come from a great distance." With these thoughts he moved from one part to the other, examining and re-examining everything. "It seems to me that there's too much timber for one derrick," he remarked to a yellowish man who was overseeing some laborers. "I should have enough with 3 large beams for the tripod and 3 more for the braces." "Never mind. answered the yellowish man, smiling in a peculiar way. The more apparatus we use in the work, so much the greater effect we'll get. The whole thing will look better and of more importance, so they'll say, 'How hard they've worked!' You'll see what a derrick I'll put up. Then I'll decorate it with banners and garlands of leaves and flowers. You'll say afterwards that you were right in hiring me as one of your laborers, and Señor Ibarra couldn't ask for more." As he said this, the man laughed and smiled. Ñor Juan also smiled, but shook his head. Some distance away were seen two kiosks united by a kind of arbor covered with banana leaves. The schoolmaster and some 30 boys were weaving crowns and fastening banners upon the frail bamboo posts, which were wrapped in white cloth. "Take care that the letters are well written," he admonished the boys who were preparing inscriptions. "The alcalde is coming, many curates will be present, perhaps even the Captain General, who is now in the province. If they see that you draw well, maybe they'll praise you." "And give us a blackboard?" "Perhaps, but Señor Ibarra has already ordered one from Manila. Tomorrow some things will come to be distributed among you as prizes. Leave those flowers in the water and tomorrow we'll make the bouquets. Bring more flowers, for it's necessary that the table be covered with them. Flowers please the eye." "My father will bring some water lilies and a basket of sampaguitas tomorrow." "Mine has brought 3 cartloads of sand without pay." "My uncle has promised to pay a teacher," added a nephew of Capitan Basilio. Truly, the project was receiving help from all. The curate had asked to stand sponsor for it and himself blessed the laying of the corner stone, a ceremony to take place on the last day of the fiesta as one of its greatest solemnities. The very coadjutor had timidly approached Ibarra with an offer of all the fees for masses that the devout would pay until the building was finished. Even more, the rich and economical Sister Rufa had declared that if money should be lacking, she would canvass other towns and beg for alms, with the mere condition that she be paid her expenses for travel and subsistence. Ibarra thanked them all as he answered, "We aren't going to have anything very great, since I am not rich, and this building is not a church. Besides, I didn't undertake to erect it at the expense of others." The younger men, students from Manila, who had come to take part in the fiesta, gazed at him in admiration and took him for a model. But, as it nearly always happens when we wish to imitate great men, that we copy only their foibles and even their defects, since we are capable of nothing else, so many of these admirers took note of the way in which he tied his cravat, others of the style of his collar, and not a few of the number of buttons on his coat and vest. The funeral presentiments of old Tasio seemed to have been dissipated forever. So Ibarra observed to him one day, but the old pessimist answered, "Remember what Balthasar says. Kung ang isalubong sa iyong pagdating, ay masayang mokat may pakitang giliw, lalong pag inyatat kaaway na lihim." Balthasar was no less a thinker than a poet. Thus, in the gathering shadows before the setting of the sun, events were shaping themselves. End of chapter 27. Chapter 27 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avai in December 2011. Chapter 27 In the Twilight. In Capitan Tiago's house also great preparations had been made. We know its owner, whose love of ostentation and whose pride as a Manilan imposed the necessity of humiliating the provincials with his splendor. Another reason, too, made it his duty to eclipse all others. He had his daughter Maria Clara with him, and there was present his future son-in-law, who was attracting universal attention. In fact, one of the most serious newspapers in Manila had devoted to Ibarra an article on its front page entitled "Imitate him," heaping him with praise and giving him some advice. It had called him "the cultivated young gentleman and rich capitalist," 2 lines further on, "the distinguished philanthropist," in the following paragraph, "the disciple of Minerva who had gone to the mother country to pay his respects to the true home of the arts and sciences," and a little further on, "the Filipino Spaniard." Capitan Tiago burned with generous zeal to imitate him and wondered whether he ought not to erect a convento at his own expense. Some days before, there had arrived at the house where Maria Clara and Aunt Isabel were staying a profusion of cases of European wines and foodstuffs, colossal mirrors, paintings, and Maria Clara's piano. Capitan Tiago had arrived on the day before the fiesta, and as his daughter kissed his hand, had presented her with a beautiful locket set with diamonds and emeralds, containing a sliver from St. Peter's boat in which our Savior sat during the fishing. His first interview with his future son-in-law could not have been more cordial. Naturally, they talked about the school, and Capitan Tiago wanted it named School of St. Francis. "Believe me," he said, "St. Francis is a good patron. If you call it School of Primary Instruction, you will gain nothing. Who is primary instruction, anyhow?" Some friends of Maria Clara came and asked her to go for a walk. "But come back quickly," said Capitan Tiago to his daughter when she asked his permission. "For you know that Padre Damaso, who has just arrived, will dine with us." Then, turning to Ibarra, who had become thoughtful, he said, "You dine with us also. You'll be all alone in your house." "I would with the greatest pleasure, but I have to be at home in case visitors come," stammered the youth as he avoided the gaze of Maria Clara. "Bring your friends along," replied Capitan Tiago heartily. "In my house there's always plenty to eat. Also, I want you and Padre Damaso to get on good terms." "There'll be time enough for that," answered Ibarra with a forced smile as he prepared to accompany the girls. They went downstairs, Maria Clara in the center between Victoria and Iday, Aunt Isabel following. The people made way for them respectfully. Maria Clara was startling in her beauty. Her pallor was all gone, and if her eyes were still pensive, her mouth on the contrary seemed to know only smiles. With maiden friendliness the happy young woman greeted the acquaintances of her childhood, now the admirers of her promising youth. In less than a fortnight she had succeeded in recovering that frank confidence, that childish prattle, which seemed to have been benumbed between the narrow walls of the nunnery. It might be said that on leaving the cocoon the butterfly recognized all the flowers, for it seemed to be enough for her to spread her wings for a moment and warm herself in the sun's rays, to lose all the stiffness of the chrysalis. This new life manifested itself in her whole nature. Everything she found good and beautiful, and she showed her love with that maiden modesty which, having never been conscious of any but pure thoughts, knows not the meaning of false blushes. While she would cover her face when she was teased, still her eyes smiled, and a light thrill would course through her whole being. The houses were beginning to show lights, and in the streets where the music was moving about there were lighted torches of bamboo and wood made in imitation of those in the church. From the streets the people in the houses might be seen through the windows in an atmosphere of music and flowers, moving about to the sounds of piano, harp, or orchestra. Swarming in the streets were Chinese, Spaniards, Filipinos, some dressed in European style, some in the costumes of the country. Crowding, elbowing, and pushing one another, walked servants carrying meat and chickens, students in white, men and women, all exposing themselves to be knocked down by the carriages which, in spite of the driver's cries, made their way with difficulty. In front of Capitan Basilio's house, some young women called to our acquaintances and invited them to enter. The merry voice of Sinang, as she ran down the stairs, put an end to all excuses. "Come up a moment, so I may go with you," she said. "I'm bored staying here among so many strangers who talk only of gamecocks and cards." They were ushered into a large room filled with people, some of whom came forward to greet Ibarra, for his name was now well known. All gazed in ecstasy at the beauty of Maria Clara, and some old women murmured, as they chewed their bullo, "She looks like the Virgin." There they had to have chocolate, as Capitan Basilio had become a warm friend and defender of Ibarra since the day of the picnic. He had learned from the half of the telegram given to his daughter Sinang that Ibarra had known beforehand about the court's decision in the latter's favor, so, not wishing to be outdone in generosity, he had tried to set aside the decision of the chess match. But when Ibarra would not consent to this, he had proposed that the money which would have been spent in court fees should be used to pay a teacher in the new school. In consequence, the orator employed all his eloquence to the end that other litigants should give up their extravagant claims, saying to them, "Believe me, in a lawsuit the winner is left without the camisa." But he had succeeded in convincing no one, even though he cited the Romans. After drinking the chocolate, our young people had to listen to piano playing by the town organist. "When I listened to him in the church," exclaimed Sinang, pointing to the organist, "I want to dance, and now that he's playing here, I feel like praying. So I'm going out with you."
"Don't you want to join us tonight?"
whispered Capitan Basilio into Ibarra's ear as they were leaving.
"Padre Damaso is going to set up a little bank."
Ibarra smiled and answered with an equivocal shake of his head. "Who's that?" asked Maria Clara of Victoria, indicating with a rapid glance a youth who was following them. He's a cousin of mine," she answered with some agitation. "And the other?" "He's no cousin of mine," put in Sinang merrily. "He's my uncle's son." They passed in front of the parish rectory, which was not one of the least animated buildings. Sinang was unable to repress an exclamation of surprise on seeing the lamps burning, those lamps of antique pattern which Padre Salvi had never allowed to be lighted in order not to waste kerosene. Loud talk and resounding bursts of laughter might be heard as the friars moved slowly about, nodding their heads in unison with the big cigars that adorned their lips. The laymen with them, who from their European garments appeared to be officials and employees of the province, were endeavoring to imitate whatever the good priests did. Maria Clara made out the rotund figure of Padre Damaso at the side of the trim silhouette of Padre Sibylla. Motionless in his place stood the silent and mysterious Fray Salvi. "He's sad," observed Sinang, "for he's thinking about how much so many visitors are going to cost. But you'll see how he'll not pay it himself, but the sacristans will. His visitors always eat at other places." "Sinang," scolded Victoria. "I haven't been able to endure him since he tore up the Wheel of Fortune. I don't go to confession to him anymore." Of all the houses, one only was to be noticed without lights and with all the windows closed, that of the alferez. Maria Clara expressed surprise at this. "The witch! The muse of the civil guard, as the old man says!" exclaimed the irrepressible Sinang. "What has she to do with our merrymakings? I imagine she's raging. But just let the cholera come and you'd see her give a banquet." "But Sinang," again her cousin scolded. "I never was able to endure her, and especially since she disturbed our picnic with her civil guards. If I were the archbishop, I'd marry her to Padre Salvi, and think what children. Look how she tried to arrest the poor pilot who threw himself into the water simply to please She was not allowed to finish, for in the corner of the plaza where a blind man was singing to the accompaniment of a guitar, a curious spectacle was presented. It was a man miserably dressed, wearing a broad salakot of palm leaves. His clothing consisted of a ragged coat and wide pantaloons, like those worn by the Chinese, torn in many places. Wretched sandals covered his feet. His countenance remained hidden in the shadow of his white hat, but from this shadow there flashed intermittently two burning rays. Placing a flat basket on the ground, he would withdraw a few paces and utter strange, incomprehensible sounds, remaining the while standing entirely alone as if he and the crowd were mutually avoiding each other. Then some women would approach the basket and put into it fruit, fish, or rice. When no one any longer approached, from the shadows would issue sadder but less pitiful sounds, cries of gratitude perhaps. Then he would take up the basket and make his way to another place to repeat the same performance. Maria Clara divined that there must be some misfortune there, and full of interest she asked concerning the strange creature. "He's a leper," Iday told her. 4 years ago he contracted the disease, some say from taking care of his mother, others from lying in a damp prison. He lives in the fields near the Chinese cemetery, having intercourse with no one, because all flee from him for fear of contagion. If you might only see his home! It's a tumble-down shack, through which the wind and rain pass like a needle through cloth. He has been forbidden to touch anything belonging to the people. One day, when a child fell into a shallow ditch as he was passing, he helped to get it out. The child's father complained to the gobernadorcillo, who ordered that the leper be flogged through the streets and that the rattan be burned afterwards. It was horrible. The latter fled with his flogger in pursuit, while the gobernadorcillo cried, "Catch him! Better be drowned than get the disease you have." "Can it be true?" murmured Maria Clara then, without saying what she was about to do, went up to the wretch's basket and dropped into it the locket her father had given her. "What have you done?" her friends asked. "I hadn't anything else," she answered, trying to conceal her tears with a smile. "What is he going to do with your locket?" Victoria asked her. "One day they gave him some money, but he pushed it away with a stick. Why should he want it when no one accepts anything that comes from him? As if the locket could be eaten!" Maria Clara gazed enviously at the women who were selling foodstuffs and shrugged her shoulders. The leper approached the basket, picked up the jeweled locket, which glittered in his hands, then fell upon his knees, kissed it, and taking off his salakot, buried his forehead in the dust where the maiden had stepped. Maria Clara hid her face between her fan and raised her handkerchief to her eyes. Meanwhile, a poor woman had approached the leper, who seemed to be praying. Her long hair was loose and unkempt, and in the light of the torches could be recognized the extremely emaciated features of the crazy Sisa. Feeling the touch of her hand, the leper jumped up with a cry, but to the horror of the onlookers, Sisa caught him by the arm and said, "Let us pray, let us pray. Today is All Souls' Day. Those lights are the souls of men. Let us pray for my sons." "Separate them! Separate them! The mad woman will get the disease!" cried the crowd, but no one dared to go near them. "Do you see that light in the tower? That is my son Basilio sliding down a rope. Do you see that light in the convento? That is my son Crispin. But I am not going to see them because the curate is sick and had many gold pieces, and the gold pieces are lost. Pray, let us pray for the soul of the curate. I took him the finest fruits, for my garden was full of flowers, and I had 2 sons. I had a garden, I used to take care of my flowers, and I had 2 sons." Then, releasing her hold of the leper, she ran away, singing, "I had a garden and flowers. I had 2 sons, a garden, and flowers." "What have you been able to do for that poor woman?" Maria Clara asked Ibarra. "Nothing. Lately she has been missing from the totem and wasn't to be found," answered the youth rather confusedly. "Besides, I have been very busy. But don't let it trouble you. The curate has promised to help me, but I advise that I proceed with great tact and caution, for the civil guard seems to be mixed up in it. The curate is greatly interested in her case." "Didn't the alferez say that he would have search made for her sons?" "Yes, but at the time he was somewhat drunk." Scarcely had he said this when they saw the crazy woman being led, or rather dragged along, by a soldier. Sisa was offering resistance. "Why are you arresting her? What has she done?" asked Ibarra. "Why, haven't you seen how she's been raising a disturbance?" was the reply of the guardian of the public peace. The leper caught up his basket hurriedly and ran away. Maria Clara wanted to go home, as she had lost all her mirth and good humor. "So there are people who are not happy," she murmured. Arriving at her door, she felt her sadness increase when her fiancé declined to go in, excusing himself on the plea of necessity. Maria Clara went upstairs, thinking what a bore are the fiesta days, when strangers make their visits. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Social Cancer, a complete English version of Noli me Tangere from the Spanish of José Rizal by Charles Derbyshire. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Avaí in December 2011. Chapter 28. Correspondence. Cada uno habla de la feria como le va en ella. As nothing of importance to our characters happened during the first 2 days, we should gladly pass on to the third and last, were it not that perhaps some foreign reader may wish to know how the Filipinos celebrate their fiestas. For this reason we shall faithfully reproduce in this chapter several letters, one of them being that of the correspondent of a noted Manila newspaper, respected for its grave tone and deep seriousness. Our readers will correct some natural and trifling slips of the pen. Thus the worthy correspondent of the respectable newspaper wrote: To the editor, my distinguished friend. Never did I witness, nor had I ever expected to see in the provinces, a religious fiesta so solemn, so splendid, and so impressive as that now being celebrated in this town by the most reverend and virtuous Franciscan fathers. Great crowds are in attendance. I have here had the pleasure of greeting nearly all the Spaniards who reside in this province, 3 reverend Augustinian fathers from the province of Batangas, and 2 reverend Dominican fathers. One of the latter is the very reverend Fray Hernando Sibila, who has come to honor this town with his presence, a distinction which its worthy inhabitants should never forget. I have also seen a great number of the best people of Cavite and Pampanga, many worthy persons from Manila, and many bands of music, among these the very artistic one of Pagsanjan, belonging to the escribano Don Miguel Guevara, swarms of Chinamen and Indians, who, with the curiosity of the former and the piety of the latter, awaited anxiously the day on which was to be celebrated the comic, mimic, lyric, lightning, change, dramatic spectacle, for which a large and spacious theater had been erected in the middle of the plaza. At 9, on the night of the 10th, the eve of the fiesta, after a succulent dinner set before us by the hermano mayor, the attention of all the Spaniards and friars in the convento was attracted by strains of music from a surging multitude, which, with the noise of bombs and rockets, preceded by the leading citizens of the town, came to the convento to escort us to the place prepared and arranged for us, that we might witness the spectacle. Such a courteous offer we had to accept, although I should have preferred to rest in the arms of Morpheus and repose my weary limbs, which were aching, thanks to the joltings of the vehicle furnished us by the gobernadorcillo of B. Accordingly we joined them and proceeded to look for our companions, who were dining in the house, owned here by the pious and wealthy Don Santiago de los Santos. The curate of the town, the very reverend Fray Bernardo Salvi, and the very reverend Fray Damaso Verdolagas, who is now by the special favor of heaven recovered from the suffering caused him by an impious hand, in company with the very reverend Fray Hernando Sibila and the virtuous curate of Tanavan, with other Spaniards, were guests in the house of the Filipino Croesus. There we had the good fortune of admiring not only the luxury and good taste of the host, which are not usual among the natives, but also the beauty of the charming and wealthy heiress, who showed herself to be a polished disciple of Saint Cecilia by playing on her elegant piano with a mastery that recalled Galvez to me, the best German and Italian compositions. It is a matter of regret that such a charming young lady should be so excessively modest as to hide her talents from a society which has only admiration for her. Nor should I leave unwritten that in the house of our host there were set before us champagne and fine liqueurs with the profusion and splendor that characterized a well-known capitalist. We attended the spectacle. You already know our artists, Ratia, Carvajal, and Fernandez, whose cleverness was comprehended by us alone, since the uncultured crowd did not understand a jot of it. Chananay and Balbino were very good, though a little hoarse. The latter made one break, but together, and as regards earnest effort, they were admirable. The Indians were greatly pleased with the Tagalog drama, especially the gobernadorcillo, who rubbed his hands and informed us that it was a pity that they had not made the princess join in combat with the giant who had stolen her away, which in his opinion would have been more marvelous, especially if the giant had been represented as vulnerable only in the navel, like a certain Ferragus of whom the stories of the paladins tell. The very reverend Fray Damaso, in his customary goodness of heart, concurred in this opinion, and added that in such case the princess should be made to discover the giant's weak spot and give him the coup de grâce. Needless to tell you that during the show the affability of the Filipino Rothschild allowed nothing to be lacking. Ice cream, lemonade, wines, and refreshments of all kinds circulated profusely among us. A matter of reasonable and special note was the absence of the well-known and cultured youth, Don Juan Crisostomo Ibarra, who, as you know, will tomorrow preside at the laying of the cornerstone for the great edifice which he is so philanthropically erecting. This worthy descendant of the Pelayos and Elcanos, for I have learned that one of his paternal ancestors was from our heroic and noble northern provinces, perhaps one of the companions of Magellan or Legazpi, did not show himself during the entire day, owing to a slight indisposition. His name runs from mouth to mouth, being uttered with praises that can only reflect glory upon Spain and true Spaniards like ourselves, who never deny our blood, however mixed it may be. Today, at 11 o'clock in the morning, we attended a deeply moving spectacle. Today, as is generally known, is the fiesta of the Virgin of Peace, and is being observed by the Brethren of the Holy Rosary. Tomorrow will occur the fiesta of the patron, San Diego, and it will be observed principally by the Venerable Tertiary Order. Between these two societies there exists a pious revelry in serving God, which piety has reached the extreme of holy quarrels among them, as has just happened in the dispute over the preacher of acknowledged fame, the oft-mentioned very reverend Fray Damaso, who tomorrow will occupy the pulpit of the Holy Ghost with a sermon, which, according to general expectation, will be a literary and religious event. So, as we were saying, we attended a highly edifying and moving spectacle. 6 pious youths, 3 to recite the Mass and 3 for acolytes, marched out of the sacristy and prostrated themselves before the altar, while the officiating priest, the Very Reverend Fray Hernando Sibila, chanted the Surge Domine, the signal for commencing the procession around the church, with the magnificent voice and religious unction that all recognize and that make him so worthy of general admiration. When the Surge Domine was concluded, the gobernadorcillo, in a frock coat, carrying the standard and followed by 4 acolytes with incense burners, headed the procession. Behind them came the tall silver candelabra, the municipal corporation, the precious images dressed in satin and gold, representing Saint Dominic and the Virgin of Peace in a magnificent blue robe trimmed with gilded silver, the gift of the pious ex-gobernadorcillo, the so worthy of being imitated and never sufficiently praised Don Santiago de los Santos. All these images were borne on silver cars. Behind the Mother of God came the Spaniards and the rest of the clergy, while the officiating priest was protected by a canopy carried by the cabezas de barangay, and the procession was closed by a squad of the worthy civil guard. I believe it unnecessary to state that a multitude of Indians, carrying lighted candles with great devotion, formed the 2 lines of the procession. The musicians played religious marches, while bombs and pinwheels furnished repeated salutes. It causes admiration to see the modesty and the fervor which these ceremonies inspire in the heart of the true believers, the grand, pure faith professed for the Virgin of Peace, the solemnity and fervent devotion with which such ceremonies are performed by those of us who have had the good fortune to be born under the sacrosanct and immaculate banner of Spain. The procession concluded, there began the Mass rendered by the orchestra and the theatrical artists. After the reading of the Gospel, the Very Reverend Fray Manuel Martin, an Augustinian from the province of Batangas, ascended the pulpit and kept the whole audience enraptured and hanging on his words, especially the Spaniards, during the exordium in Castilian, as he spoke with vigor and in such flowing and well-rounded periods that our hearts were filled with fervor and enthusiasm. This indeed is the term that should be used for what is felt, or what we feel, when the Virgin of our beloved Spain is considered, and above all when there can be intercalated in the text, if the subject permits, the ideas of a prince of the Church, the Señor Monesquillo, which are surely those of all Spaniards. At the conclusion of the services, all of us went up into the convento with the leading citizens of the town and other persons of note. There we were especially honored by the refinement, attention, and prodigality that characterize the Very Reverend Fray Salvi, there being set before us cigars and an abundant lunch which the Hermano Mayor had prepared under the convento for all who might feel the necessity for appeasing the cravings of their stomachs. During the day nothing has been lacking to make the fiesta joyous and to preserve the animation so characteristic of Spaniards, and which it is impossible to restrain on such occasions as this, showing itself sometimes in singing and dancing, at other times in simple and merry diversions of so strong and noble a nature that all sorrow is driven away, and it is enough for 3 Spaniards to be gathered together in one place, in order that sadness and ill humor be banished thence. Then homage was paid to Terpsichore in many homes, but especially in that of the cultured Filipino millionaire, where we were all invited to dine. Needless to say, the banquet, which was sumptuous and elegantly served, was a second edition of the wedding feast in Cana or of Camacho, corrected and enlarged. While we were enjoying the meal, which was directed by a cook from La Campana, an orchestra played harmonious melodies. The beautiful young lady of the house, in a mestiza gown and a cascade of diamonds, was as ever the queen of the feast. All of us deplored from the bottom of our hearts a light sprain in her shapely foot that deprived her of the pleasures of the dance, for if we have to judge by her other conspicuous perfections, The young lady must dance like a sylph. The alcalde of the province arrived this afternoon for the purpose of honoring with his presence the ceremony of tomorrow. He has expressed regret over the poor health of the distinguished landlord, Señor Ibarra, who in God's mercy is now, according to report, somewhat recovered. Tonight there was a solemn procession, but of that I will speak in my letter tomorrow, because in addition to the explosions that have bewildered me and made me somewhat deaf, I am tired and falling over with sleep. While therefore I recover my strength in the arms of Morpheus, or rather on a cot in the convento, I desire for you, my distinguished friend, a pleasant night, and take leave of you until tomorrow, which will be the great day. Your affectionate friend, San Diego, November 11. The Correspondent. Thus wrote the worthy correspondent. Now let us see what Capitan Martin wrote to his friend, Luis Chiquito. Dear Choi, come a-running if you can, for there's something doing at the fiesta. Just imagine Capitan Joaquin is almost broke. Capitan Tiago has doubled up on him 3 times and won at the first turn of the cards each time, so that Capitan Manuel, the owner of the house, is growing smaller every minute from sheer joy. Padre Damaso smashed a lamp with his fist because up to now he hasn't won on a single card. The consul has lost on his cocks and in the bank all that he won from us at the fiesta of Biñan and at that of the Virgin of the Pillar in Santa Cruz. We expected Capitan Tiago to bring us his future son-in-law, the rich heir of Don Rafael, but it seems that he wishes to imitate his father, for he does not even show himself. It's a pity, for it seems he never will be any use to us. Carlos, the Chinaman, is making a big fortune with the liam po. I suspect that he carries something hidden, probably a charm, for he complains constantly of headaches and keeps his head bandaged, and when the wheel of the liam po is slowing down he leans over, almost touching it, as if he were looking at it closely. I am shocked because I know more stories of the same kind. Goodbye, Choi. My birds are well, and my wife is happy and having a good time. Your friend, Martin Aristorenas. Ibarra had received a perfumed note which Andeng, Maria Clara's foster sister, delivered to him on the evening of the first day of the fiesta. This note said, Crisostomo, it has been over a day since you have shown yourself. I have heard that you are ill and have prayed for you and lighted 2 candles, although Papa says that you are not seriously ill. Last night and today I've been bored by requests to play on the piano and by invitations to dance. I didn't know before that there are so many tiresome people in the world. If it were not for Padre Damaso, who tries to entertain me by talking to me and telling me many things, I would have shut myself up in my room and gone to sleep. Write me what the matter is with you, and I'll tell Papa to visit you. For the present I send Andeng to make you some tea, as she knows how to prepare it well, probably better than your servants do. Maria Clara. P.S. If you don't come tomorrow, I won't go to the ceremony. Vale? End of chapter 28.